लेकिन हजारों और लाखों लोगों के जीवन में प्रकाश लाने के लिए, उनके जीवन को उज्जवल बनाने के लिए अपना पूरा जीवन समर्पित किया और डॉक्टर जगदीश गांधी जी के साथ मिलकर के सीएमएस संस्था की स्थापना की। आज कहा जा सकता है कि प्रदेश की एक प्रतिष्ठित शैक्षणिक संस्था में सीएमएस का अपना एक अलग स्थान है, अधिक पहचान है। सीएमएस की संस्थाओं में जब मैं आता हूं तो मुझे डॉक्टर जगदीश गांधी जी का स्मरण होता है और उनका वह विनम्र लेकिन जुझारू चेहरा और व्यक्तित्व हम सबके सामने कोंपते हुए दिखाई देता है। मुझे लगता है उन्होंने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में कभी हिम्मत नहीं हारी, लगातार कार्य करते रहे, मानवीय संवेदना के साथ जूझते रहे, परिस्थितियों से, विपरीत परिस्थितियों से वे कभी नहीं हारते थे। अभी हाल ही में संपन्न हुई परीक्षाओं में जिन्होंने मेरिट में स्थान प्राप्त किया, उन सभी छात्रों को सम्मानित करना है और उसमें भी एक बड़ी संख्या सीएमएस की संस्थाओं की है। आज देखिए, सीएमएस की संस्था में हजारों बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, हजारों परिवार अपने बच्चों को बेझिझक भेजते हैं। इसलिए भेजते हैं क्योंकि उन्हें मालूम है यहाँ जो शिक्षा दी जाएगी उसके बच्चे के उज्जवल भविष्य के निर्माण में ये महती भूमिका का निर्वहन करेगी। एक अच्छा नागरिक, अच्छा आईएएस भी हो जाएगा, अच्छा आईपीएस भी हो जाएगा, मानवीय संवेदना से भरपूर एक चिकित्सक भी हो जाएगा, अपने फील्ड का एक दक्ष अभियंता भी हो जाएगा और एक संवेदनशील इंसान बनकर के मानवीय संवेदनाओं को हमेशा अपना मरहम लगाने का काम भी करेगा। और मुझे लगता है वह भी हमारे जीवन का एक हिस्सा होना चाहिए। सीएमएस इस दिशा में आगे निरंतर प्रयास करेगा। सीएमएस की इन सभी संस्थाओं के प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। डॉक्टर भारती गांधी जी को, प्रोफेसर गीता गांधी किंगडन जी को और उनकी इस संस्था से जुड़े हुए सभी लोगों को हृदय से धन्यवाद देते हुए विश्वास करता हूं कि डॉक्टर जगदीश गांधी जी ने जो बीज रोपा था, आज वो एक विराट वटवृक्ष बनकर के अपनी छाया हजारों लोगों को प्रदान कर रहा है, लाखों लोगों को प्रदान कर रहा है और यह छाया निरंतर लखनऊ से भी प्रदेश और देश के अलग अलग स्थानों को प्राप्त होगा। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। आज के सीएमएस के इस कार्यक्रम में सीएमएस के संस्थापक, जिन्होंने समाज सेवा का एक कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया था, ऐसे डॉक्टर जगदीश गांधी जी की स्मृतियों को नमन करते हुए उन्हें विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं डॉक्टर भारती गांधी जी का, जो इस उम्र में भी एक जवान की तरह सीएमएस की सभी संस्थाओं को अपना योग्य मार्गदर्शन देकर के आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित कर रही है। और इस अवसर पर
All right, everyone.
आप सभी शिक्षकों
We know that Shuk's is already here.
जिन्होंने अपने
So can we please stop with the commotion?
भावनाओं के अनुरूप
I request everybody to kindly be
CMS
seated.
को
All teacher in charges
प्रदेश की
as well as all the
राजधानी
kids.
लखनऊ में, उत्तर
And
प्रदेश
dear
में और
students,
देश में एक विशिष्ट
When Shubhanshu Shukla
संस्थान
enters
के
this
रूप में
auditorium,
स्थापित
I
करके एक
request you to
पहचान
quickly
दिलाई।
stand and give him
उन सब
a
का मैं
standing
हृदय से
ovation
अभिनंदन करता हूं।
because he will be felicitated as he was given
CMS आज के दिन
an
पर
Ashoka Chakra.
प्रदेश के
So he's an Ashoka Chakra awardee
सबसे बड़े
and
संस्थानों
Gagan
में से एक
Yatri.
है।
He's already here. We're just waiting for him to
जिसने
enter.
सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल तक की
May I
quality
request all
education
the
पर
students
विशेष
standing
ध्यान
at the
देते
end of
हुए
the auditorium to kindly be seated.
प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिकों को एक बेहतरीन शिक्षा प्रदान करने की दिशा में प्रयास प्रारंभ किया। याद रखना, सफलता इस बात पर निर्भर करता है कि आपने शुरुआत कैसे की है। अगर नेक नियति से शुरुआत होती है,
Are you excited to meet him?
एक सकारात्मक
Yes?
भाव से शुरुआत होती
Can you
है,
give me a thumbs up?
तो
Lovely.
उसके परिणाम
So
भी
that excitement should be heard
सुखद होते हैं,
in your applause.
और उस सुखद परिणाम
Probably he is getting
ही
some
हमें
pictures
लक्ष्य
clicked
को
outside,
प्राप्त
but
करने
he's
की
already
दिशा में
here.
आगे बढ़ाते हैं। और आज एक साथ 50,000 से अधिक बच्चे इस संस्थान में अध्ययन करते हैं। यानी एक सकारात्मक दिशा में उनके द्वारा बढ़ाया गया कदम
I believe we have with
बूंद
us
से ही
the
खड़ा
better
बढ़ता
half of Shubhanshu Shukla, Mrs. Kamna Shukla.
और वह
Can we
उन्होंने
please give
करके
ma'am
दिखाया
a huge round of applause?
आज जब हम यहाँ पर हैं,
She's walking from that side.
तो मैं CMS से जुड़ी हुई संस्थाओं के सभी
You can
जितने
do
भी
much
शिक्षक
better than that,
उन
kids.
सबसे
Come on.
कुछ विनम्र आग्रह
He is
करना
your very own alumnus.
और वो आग्रह इस बात को लेकर के अक्सर होता है कि
Welcome,
हम
ma'am. We warmly
शिक्षा
welcome you to this gathering.
के वास्तविक उद्देश्य को कभी-कभी विस्मृत कर लेते हैं।
Thank you, dear students. You may now
हम
be
शिक्षा
seated.
को ये मान लेते हैं कि शिक्षा में अच्छे अंक प्राप्त करना ही हमारा केन प्रकारेण लक्ष्य हो जाता है। जीवन को सर्वांगीण विकास के लक्ष्य की ओर आगे बढ़ाने की दिशा में
Good morning and Jai
जीवन
Jagat,
एक
respected
पक्ष
founder
नहीं हो
director ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi ma'am,
या उससे
who's
नहीं कि
also
हम
here with
छात्र
us
मेरिट में ही स्थान प्राप्त करें।
on this momentous
बना सकता अच्छी
occasion.
बात है, कुछ स्पोर्ट्स में भी जा सकते हैं,
Thank you, respected ma'am, for your gracious
कला के क्षेत्र
presence.
में भी प्रवेश कर सकते
We
हैं।
get our strength from your
कुछ लोग
resilience.
जीवन के अलग-अलग क्षेत्रों में भी जाकर के वहां पर भी अपना एक स्थान बना सकते हैं।
Thank you, dear students. You may
मुझे
now be
विश्वास है
seated.
कि CMS के संस्थापकों ने जिन भाव के साथ, जिस भावनाओं के साथ और जिस संकल्प के साथ इस संस्थान की स्थापना की थी, उस संस्थान को अपने लक्ष्य की ओर
Just a
आगे
matter
बढ़ने
of
के
few
लिए
more
CMS
seconds.
निरंतर प्रयासरत होगा। और आपके पास तो अनुभव का एक खजाना है। डॉक्टर भारती गांधी जी इस उम्र में भी जिस मेहनत के साथ काम कर रही है, वह सचमुच अभिनंदनीय है। बहुत जुझारूपन उनमें आज भी है। मैं उन सभी शिक्षकों का सम्मान करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके प्रयास से काफी बच्चे यहाँ पे सेकेंडरी लेवल पर भी और सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल पर भी जिन्होंने मेरिट में अपना स्थान बनाया है, और उनकी इस मेरिट से एक बार फिर से CMS ने अपना एक स्थान बनाया है। उन सभी शिक्षकों का प्रयास सबका सामूहिक होता है। अलग अलग संस्थाओं से जुड़े हुए CMS के शिक्षकों का प्रयास अभिनंदनीय है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि शिक्षा को संस्कारों के साथ जोड़ते हुए, भारत की राष्ट्रीयता के साथ जोड़ते हुए, भारत की परंपरा के साथ जोड़ते हुए, अपनी भारतीय संस्कृति को मजबूती प्रदान करने के इस लक्ष्य के साथ हम सब सामूहिक रूप से आगे बढ़ेंगे। CMS के आज के शिक्षक सम्मान समारोह के अवसर पर आप सभी शिक्षकों का, संस्थापकों का मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करते हुए संस्थान के प्रति अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
लीजिए एक
opportunity for the students because they are learning a new things. So we are thanking to the CMS teacher and to the CMS school. Thank you for the opportunity.
और यहाँ पे रोबोटिक्स की क्लासेस काफ़ी अच्छी हुई है और बच्चों को काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को मिला है।
आपने एक्सप्लेन किया है, लाइक मैं स्टूडेंट को बताया है, काफ़ी अच्छा। उसके लिए मैं थैंक यू बोलती हूँ आप सबको कि इतना सीखा इन लोगों ने और इलेक्ट्रिक करंट के बारे में कैसे पास होता है कैसे नहीं, और निगेटिव पॉजिटिव चार्ज समझ में आए इन्हें चीज़ें, तो उस चीज़ के लिए थैंक यू कि इन्हें इतनी अच्छी नॉलेज दी।
नमस्कार। आदरणीय डॉक्टर
Hello.
भारती गांधी जी, सुश्री गीता गांधी एवं CMS परिवार से जुड़े सभी टीचर्स, स्टूडेंट्स एवं उनके माता पिता। आज डॉक्टर जगदीश गांधी जी के निधन को 13 दिन गुजर गए। जिस दिन मुझे उनके निधन का समाचार प्राप्त हुआ तो मुझे विश्वास नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि पिछली बार जब उनसे मुलाकात हुई थी तो वे पूरी तरह से प्रसन्नचित्त थे और उत्साह से भरे हुए नजर आ रहे थे। जब भी मुझसे मिलते थे उनके मन में कोई न कोई योजना जरूर होती थी। भले ही मैं देश का रक्षा मंत्री हूं, लेकिन मैं उनसे कभी रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में नहीं मिलता था, बल्कि एक परिवार के सदस्य के रूप में मिलता था। उन्होंने पूरा अपना जीवन शिक्षा जगत को समर्पित कर दिया और लखनऊ में जिस तरीके से उन्होंने सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूलों की लंबी श्रृंखला खड़ी की, उसकी मिसाल दुनिया में शायद कहीं और नहीं मिलेगी। महज 300 रुपये और 5 बच्चों से शुरू हुआ यह सफ़र आज किन बुलंदियों पर है, इससे आप सभी अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। एक शहर में सबसे बड़ा स्कूल बनने का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड भी CMS के नाम ही है। यह उपलब्धि इस बात की गवाह है कि अगर दिल में कुछ कर गुजरने की तड़पन हो तो संसाधनों की कमी कभी बाधा नहीं बनती है। उत्तर प्रदेश का शिक्षा मंत्री और मुख्यमंत्री रहने के नाते जगदीश गांधी जी से मेरा परिचय दशकों पुराना है।
I request all the teacher in charges who are accompanying the kids to kindly ensure that there is discipline inside the auditorium. We know Shubhanshu Shukla is already here. We are just waiting for him to enter the auditorium. So few more seconds or probably minutes of patience, dear students. And all teacher in charges are requested to kindly be on duty and ensure that there is discipline and decorum inside the auditorium.
और उन्हें जो कुछ भी मिला इसे लखनऊ से मिला, और उन्होंने इस शहर को वापस दोनों हाथों से लौटाया भी। उन्होंने इस लखनऊ में CMS के माध्यम से नई शिक्षा का भरपूर प्रचार प्रसार और विस्तार किया, जिसका लाभ इस शहर की कई पीढ़ियों को हुआ है। ऐसे बहुत कम लोग होते हैं जो अपने जीवन काल में एक बड़ी संस्था और विरासत बनाने में सफल होते हैं, और उन्होंने एक ऐसी टीम भी बनाई जो इस विरासत को आगे ले जाने में सफल होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल ने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कई नए और ऊंचे मानदंड और प्रतिमान भी गढ़े हैं। जगदीश गांधी जी ने अभिभावकों और बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा का सिर्फ भरोसा ही नहीं दिया, बल्कि उस भरोसे पर खरा उतरने में भी वह पूरी तरह से कामयाब रहे। आज सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल से पढ़े बच्चे जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में बड़े से बड़े पद पर आसीन मिलेंगे। एक और बड़ी बात जो मैंने जगदीश गांधी जी में हमेशा देखी वह यह थी कि वे काम लोकल लेवल यानी लखनऊ में करते थे, मगर उनकी सोच हमेशा ग्लोबल लेवल पर रहती थी। विशेष रूप से जस्टिस, ह्यूमैनिटी और ग्लोबल पीस को लेकर उनका जो आग्रह था वो मुझे बहुत ही प्रभावित करता था। मुझे याद है सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल द्वारा आयोजित किए जाने वाले इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ चीफ जस्टिसेस, जिसमें मैं भी कई बार सम्मिलित हुआ हूँ। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का उद्देश्य विश्व शांति और बच्चों के लिए सुरक्षित भविष्य देने का एक संदेश देना था। यह कार्यक्रम जगदीश गांधी जी के ग्लोबल थिंकिंग का सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण था। जगदीश गांधी जी महात्मा गांधी और संत विनोबा भावे के जीवन एवं विचारों से काफ़ी प्रभावित थे। उन्होंने शिक्षा के माध्यम से भारत की भावी पीढ़ी को एक जागरूक नागरिक बनाने का बीड़ा उठाया। आज़ादी के बाद देश में शिक्षा ही वह माध्यम थी जिसके कारण बड़ी संख्या में लोग अपने जीवन में अच्छी प्रगति कर सके। साथियों, आज देश आज़ादी के अमृतकाल में प्रवेश कर चुका है।
I would like to take you on a journey with my project, Food Snack Adventure.
Dear
Have
students,
you all
you
ever
can see the live
how
feed. It is
astronauts
from
eat
the
while
outside
floating
of the
above?
auditorium. And Shubhanshu Shukla sir, he is interacting with all the kids. Can we have the live audio of the feed, please? I request the media team to kindly ensure that there is audio as well of the live feed.
The food is meant to last a very long time while still providing astronauts the right nutrition to stay fit.
Media team, if you could please help us with the audio. We can see the visuals, but we cannot hear the kids.
Okay. Fruit drinks in as a dry mix and even muffins. For lunch and dinner, they get to enjoy things like chicken and veg, pasta with sauce, beef stew. And yes, they get over 200 different choices to choose. Like hot sauce,
There's probably some lag, and that's a technical glitch, dear students, but most importantly, you can see what is happening right outside the auditorium. So it's not a one-way interaction. Of course, sir is going to ask questions. So you need to be very alert and attentive so that you can revert properly. You will also get a chance to ask questions. So throughout the session, especially when the panel discussion is going on, I request you to note down some points. Probably you are carrying some notepad and pen with you. Keep it ready. Keep it ready till the time he's entering. Your notepads, your pen, and make points. And you will not ask your question unless you don't have a mic in your hand. The innovations department is here, all the teachers are there. They will provide you with a mic, and only then you will ask the question. So the camera will be on you at that point of time. So you can see yourself on the screens, right? All of you, please take out a pad and a pen and be ready. Because we are running behind schedule, sir is just about to enter. He's walked through the gallery. Are you all ready? Are your stationaries out? Are you all ready, dear students? Lovely. So probably, say 15 more seconds. All right, dear students, may we please stand and wave towards our illustrious alumnus, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, for his gracious presence today in this very auditorium. So first taking the walk in the lounge area where we have the entire setup of the Vyomutsav, where mostly all the campus had participated, and he's going to take a walk. Please be seated, thank you. I'll be disturbing you one more time when he walks back in. What you can do, dear students, is that you can keep your bags on the floor. Don't keep them on your laps. That's going to make your life easy. Please keep your bags on the floor. And dear teachers, I need not remind you, please be on duty. Probably 2-3 minutes more and sir is going to be here. Media team, probably now you can try and connect with the audio. Please help us out. Can we please have a hand mic for the founder director, ma'am? Jai Jagat ma'am, good morning. May I request the team backstage if you could kindly provide with a hand mic to respected founder director ma'am. Ma'am is really appreciating you, dear students. With the kind of discipline and decorum that you're sitting here, it is appreciated because we've never seen such a sincere audience. So this is for you from my side. Thank you, and please maintain that for the next, I think, 2 to 3 minutes more. Okay, I've been told for the entire time. But when sir enters, please show a lot of excitement and enthusiasm.
मिटा दे अपनी हस्ती को, उनकी बेटर हाफ यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं, वो भी CMS की छात्रा रही हैं दर्जा 3 से, और फिर जीवन साथी भी चुना उनको। तो मैं दोनों के लिए बोल रही हूँ, मिटा दे अपनी हस्ती को, अगर कुछ मर्तबा चाहे, हस्ती मिटानी पड़ती है प्यारे बच्चों, ठीक है? हाँ, इजी गोइंग लाइफ नहीं से चलता है। मिटा दे अपनी हस्ती को, अगर कुछ मर्तबा चाहे कि दाना खाक में मिलकर गुले गुलजार होता है। अंतरिक्ष में जाना खाक में मिलने के बराबर है। कुछ पता नहीं क्या है वहां, आपको पता है वहां क्या है ना? हाँ, खतरे मोल लेना। क्या लेना? खतरे मोल लेना। जिंदगी को इजी गोइंग नहीं बनाना। हमने पूछा, आप तो जूनियर के बच्चे हैं, आपसे तो ज़्यादा हम बकबक नहीं करते हैं, हम छोटे बच्चों से बहुत बकबक करते हैं। तो जब छोटे बच्चों से हमने बातचीत किया तो वो कभी कभी अंग्रेजी बोलने में छिप छिप करके हिंदी बोलते हैं, ठीक है? तो फिर हमने परम आदरणीय गुरुजनों से पूछा कि आपने इंग्लिश बोलना कैसे सीखा। हर एक गुरुजन से पूछा, तो हर एक गुरुजन ने जवाब क्या दिया पता है आपको? देखिए, जब खड़े होते हैं इस तरह तो स्टैंड एट ईज, स्टैंड एट ईज, स्टैंड एट ईज, गुड। हाँ, पीछे करो हाथ, आराम से खड़े हो जाओ। 10 घंटे भी खड़े रहते हैं वहाँ पे विंडसर हाउस के सिपाही, अगर स्टैंड एट ईज होते हैं तो जरा भी हिलते भी नहीं हैं। स्टैंड एट ईज में जो जूते होते हैं वो 1 फुट दूरी पर होते हैं, मिले हुए नहीं होते। हाँ, आराम से जूते 1 फुट अलग, 1 फुट नहीं तो 8 इंच तो अलग होना ही चाहिए। थैंक यू। हाँ, तो हम क्या बता रहे थे? उन्होंने क्या बताया हमें, गुरुजनों ने? उन्होंने बताया जब हम हिंदी बोलते थे तो हमारी टीचर हम पे फाइन करती थी। एक टीचर ने तो यहाँ तक लिखा 20 रुपया पर सेंटेंस फाइन करती थी। एक ने लिखा 1 रुपया जब भी हिंदी बोल रहे हो तो उन पे फाइन होगा।
Signals are transferred sound and used in army camps where one soldier is sent in combat missions where one have to send one message to the other one, and there is lots of interruption.
कहने का मतलब है बिना कष्ट के
they can have one transmitter unit and one receiver. One signal can be transferred to the other.
विद्यार्थी कुते सुखम, सुकार्थिने कुतो विद्या, ये मंत्र बना लो
Yes, sir. There are
कि मुझे
for motivating that we have
बहुत मेहनत से पढ़ना है.
Fire
ठीक है?
where output is
8
output
घंटे
is seen by
मेहनत,
the
16
output is seen by the
घंटे
user guide.
आराम. ओके, जय जगत. थैंक यू.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we go back to the light feed, please? Thank you, media team. Could you please connect us with the live feed?
प्यारे बच्चों, आपका स्कूल मेहनत और जोश का उदाहरण है, क्योंकि शुभांशु जी ने न केवल रिस्क उठाया, बल्कि वो ही क्यों चुने गए, हिंदुस्तान में एक बंदे को चुनना था. आप कितने ज़्यादा भाग्यशाली हैं, साथ ही कितने ज़्यादा हुनर वाले हैं, कितने ज़्यादा मेहनत करने वाले हैं, कितने ज़्यादा प्रगतिशील हैं कि आपके विद्यालय का विद्यार्थी चुना गया. आपकी इसमें बहुत बड़ी शोहरत है, आपकी इसमें बहुत बड़ी गुण गाथा गाई जा रही है.
Thank you, ma'am.
क्योंकि
Sir
आप
is
लोग
here.
मेहनत करते हैं.
Sir is here. All right, my bad. I got confused. He's just about to enter. Media team, if it's fine with you, please connect us with the live feed. Ahmed sir, could you please help us with the same? Else I'll request the founder director ma'am to address the kids.
Because from my POV, for robotics to get more enhanced in the future,
Dear students, please stand. All eyes are on Shubhanshu ma'am.
स्पेस हीरो आ रहे हैं और वो आपके ही बीच के एक हैं.
All right, dear students, I probably think you should be seated. I'm so sorry. You see his humility. I mean, he's going to each and every stall where the kids have presenting their models. He's very humble, even though he's so famous at this point of time. But he's going, he's interacting, he's also asking questions, and most importantly, he's a very patient listener. He's paying heed to each and every student there. And all these kids are from amongst all of you. So you're the lucky ones seated here. And he's not in a rush at all. Sir is dedicating his entire day to his school, his alma mater today. And today is a very special day because we also celebrate the International Day of Human Space Flight. So the day is even more significant for us.
How much students you have prepared yourself, and not only prepared, you have worked very hard to put up your stalls. I am very much full of praises for all of you.
They are definitely worthy of all the appreciation, respected ma'am.
My students, they are greater, the greatest in the whole world, because they are world citizens. और उनकी बेटर हाफ जो यहाँ बैठी हैं वो भी साइंटिस्ट हैं, ये डॉक्टर हैं। कहाँ पर डॉक्टर हैं? बेंगलोर में, क्योंकि सर बेंगलोर में रहते हैं। दो सेवाएं सबसे बड़ी होती हैं प्यारे बच्चों। amongst the greatest of all the great services is teaching children, and amongst the greatest science is human science. That is the doctor who looks after the body of man, which is the body of man is the temple of soul.
We extend a warmest welcome to our distinguished alumnus, Ashok Chakra awardee, Gagan Yatri, Miss Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. And we express our heartfelt gratitude for his gracious presence among us today. Dear students, can we give a louder cheer for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla? The earth is the cradle of humanity, but one cannot live in the cradle forever. On this historic occasion, we honor a journey that began in the very classroom of City Montessori School and reached the vast cosmos, becoming a beacon of inspiration for generations to come. Dear students, as I told you, today is even more special and historic for us as we celebrate the International Day of Human Space Flight. Please wave back to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. Thank you, dear students. You may now be seated. To begin this auspicious morning on a serene and divine note, let us seek the blessings of the Almighty. I invite everyone to join us in the school prayer presented by the students of City Montessori School, Kanpur Road campus. I request everyone to kindly rise, join your hands, bow your heads for the school prayer. Over to the students of CMS, Kanpur Road campus.
Testify
request everyone to kindly be seated. Thank you, dear students of CMS Kanpur Road campus, for that soulful prayer that filled the atmosphere with peace and positivity. I now invite my co-host, Mrs. Shushma Rajkumar ma'am, Dean, Cambridge campuses, for the further proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning and Jai Jagat. Excited? Very excited? How high is the Josh? That's not high. How high is the Josh? Okay. Distinguished guests, principals, and dear students. Since the very first human being gazed up at the stars, space has never belonged to one nation, one language, or one culture. It has always belonged to all of us. When astronauts orbit the Earth, they do not see borders. They see one luminous, fragile planet shared by all humanity. And every space mission reminds us that progress is not achieved in isolation, but through collaboration. Scientists solving the same question across languages, nations, and above all, placing trust above rivalry. Through this World Parliament, our friends from Jopling Road, CMS Jopling Road, take this spirit forward as they showcase how young minds engage with global responsibility in an evolving world. Over to the World Parliament by CMS Jopling Road.
Sunrises and 16 sunsets. Still, humanity is at unrest. We fight for borders. We fight for place. Bounded by the culture we meet in space. Sharing the halwa, sharing the armrest. The world seems a beautiful canvas. We work together in ISS. The boundless culture we all share. Every single minute we spare.
Distinguished guests and respected delegates, as we embark on this session of the World Parliament, we stand at the intersection of science, culture, and hope. Today, we recognize how international space missions have become powerful platforms, forging not only scientific advancement, but also fostering meaningful cultural collaboration across nation and continent. Good morning and Jai Jagat. I welcome you all to the World Parliament organized by City Montessori School, Jopling Road campus.
Honored delegates, visionaries all, we convene today as humanity's representative. United by the promise of space, I stand before you today as the Secretary General of this World Parliament. I welcome you all to today's session. International space missions can serve as a platform for cultural collaboration by fostering trust and mutual understanding, necessitating diverse teams to overcome their shared technical and scientific challenges, and to create a shared sense of purpose that transcends national borders and geopolitical tensions. We have gathered here to address the global cultural unity through space exploration. The agenda for this house is international space missions can serve as a platform for cultural collaboration, proposing educational exchanges inspired by space science projects, ethical guidelines for cultural representation in extraterrestrial settlements. With the powers vested in me as the Secretary General of this World Parliament, I, R.N. Pandey, declare this World Parliament open. I now request my Deputy Secretary General, Tanvi, to lay the proceedings of this World Parliament.
The Space 2030 Agenda is a comprehensive, non-binding global roadmap adopted by the UN General Assembly. It aims to strengthen the contribution of space activities and application to the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It is structured around 4 pillars: space economy, space society, space accessibility, and space diplomacy. Ladies and gentlemen and the esteemed delegates, I start with the proceedings of this World Parliament in the words of Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. From the International Space Station, Shubhanshu said, "You don't see any border, any boundary line. Humanity has always been and is living here. I feel a sense of oneness. The United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs is the only UN office dealing exclusively with the peaceful uses of outer space. It serves as a unique platform to bring together stakeholders and ensure that the benefits of space are available globally. It also organizes the World Space Forum. With the forum now officially convened and the roll call duty affirmed, we stand prepared to commence the esteemed proceedings of this World Parliament. The delegates who wish to speak may raise their placards. Member Nation USA, you may take the charge.
Thank you, Speaker Ma'am. The United States and NASA have shaped the International Space Station as a symbol of peace. Over 19 nations have shared in its stewardship. Projects like Artemis Accords fostered an international agreement on lunar exploration. The USA has led global educational outreach through programs like NASA's Global Learning and Observations to Benefit the Environment, where students from around the world collect and share environmental data. Our Mars Perseverance rover carries student-designed instruments and messages from classrooms worldwide. Through educational initiatives like NASA Space Apps, we bring together youth from over 150 countries, creating a digital bridge for cultural exchange. Our commitment to ensure the Moon and Mars remains realms for all humanity, governed by ethical guidelines, inclusive research, and shared dreams.
I truly agree with the member delegate from the USA. Let us now see which member delegate has a hub of future space partnership. Member Nation China, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Sir. China's Tiangong Space Station is a hub for future partnerships with modules designed for collaborative research. Our lunar probes Changs have enabled joint missions with Europe and Latin America, while a deep space radio network supports global science. The China Space Camp welcomes students from development countries in immersive education in orbital mechanics and satellite technology.
Definitely, China National Space Administration has created a new platform for cultural exchange in space. I now invite the remaining delegates to throw light on SDG 4 and tell about their country's space collaborative experiences. Member Nation Russia, you may take the charge.
Thank you, Speaker Ma'am. Having pioneered the first spacewalk and a long-term crewed flight, Russia opened its first Soyuz spacecraft as a lifetime for international astronaut. The ISS Russian segment has hosted science teams from as far as to Malaysia to South Africa. Amidst adversity, we prioritize cooperation, extending education through cosmonaut training center exchanges, and to protecting all cultures and people.
Thank you, member nation Russia. Exchanging the ethics beyond the earth, I would now like to invite the member delegate India to proceed.
Thank you, Speaker Sir. India runs educational programs such as Yuvika and international student partnerships, inspiring young minds to explore space science. ISRO has been well known for its joint missions. NISAR, a joint mission with NASA in 2025. LUPEX, a joint mission with JAXA in 2027, and Axiom 4, a joint mission with SpaceX in 2025. We have fostered cultural exchanges through the medium of our best resource and technology. India's Chandrayaan-3 flawlessly did a soft landing on the moon's south pole, achieving what few dared to attempt. Our Mars orbiter, Mangalyaan, was the world's most cost-effective, inspiring innovation. Through the Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center in Space, startups and schools share resources for space science. Our space education program touches villages and metropolises alike, bridging gaps and fostering unity. Our country is leading the world with the largest youth population, that is 27.3%. We bound cultures with values, and who says space exploration has nothing to do with cultural exchanges? When our astronaut Shubhanshu reached the International Space Station, he was able to recognize a borderless world. This truly portrays that we are divided by borders and united by humanity. ISRO has been worldwide recognized for its cost-effective space mission, and we have been serving countries offering our launch pads for their satellite launch. From our first satellite launch, Aryabhat, in 1975, to PSLVs in 1993, to GSLVs in 2001, we have contributed to the world in fostering global connections and improving their satellite communication technology. In this forum, I would hereby like to pay a special tribute to Shubhanshu Shukla of City Montessori School in Lucknow for his devotion to educational outreach and international student exchange at CMS has sown seeds of global citizenship and unity. India's vision of an ethical, peaceful, and multicultural spacefaring society has been brought to life.
Beautifully expressed, member nation India. Your country is the world's largest multicultural society. Another member delegate who would like to address the forum, member nation USA, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Ma'am. As a member nation, India stated about their global contributions to the space missions. We are strengthening our space partnerships with India in the upcoming Chandrayaan-5 mission, anchored by the Joint Lunar Polar Exploration LUPEX, set for a 2027 to 28 launch. LUPEX will feature an Indian lander and a Japanese rover or rocket aimed at exploring lunar water resources. Our mission to space plays a vital role in promoting global cooperation through our space agency JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Japan's Kibo Lab on the ISS symbolizes harmony. Its multi-nation science teams solve earthly and cosmic problems side by side. The Hayabusa 2 mission, returning asteroid samples, offered joint analysis with global laboratories. Kibo Cube let students from developing nations design and launch their own satellites. a window into the cosmos for all.
I totally agree with you, member nation Japan. I now invite the remaining delegates to throw light on SDG 4 in the light of cultural exchange. Member nation France, you may take the charge.
It is a great honor to represent France, a nation guided by innovation, knowledge, and cultural harmony. Thank you, Speaker Ma'am. France plays a vital role in cultural collaboration through international space missions, participating actively in projects like international space stations and collaborating with countries such as India and Japan in satellite research and climate monitoring. French institutions such as the KENS and ISC Superior promote educational exchanges through joint training, research, and student exchange programs to nurture global talents in space science. France has also contributed significantly to the Earth's observations with the SPOT and the Play-This satellite series, essential for environmental monitoring and defense, as well as their oceanographic studies through the JASON satellite in collaboration with NASA and ESA.
Thank you, Member Nation France, for sharing the thoughts promoting education. Any other member delegate who would like to address the forum? Secretary General of UAE, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. We are often considered a leading country in the Arab world due to our economic diversification and growth, political and social stability, modern infrastructure, and a high quality of life. The United Arab Emirates plays an emerging global role in promoting unity and learning through its ambitious space program led by Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. Through missions like the Emirates Mars mission Hope Probe in 2020 and collaborations with NASA, JAXA, and ESA, the UAE fosters cultural collaboration by bringing diverse nations together in shared exploration. It promotes education exchanges through scholarships, space science initiatives, and youth programs like the UAE Space Agency's Astronaut program.
That is truly impressive. A country established with a beam of technology has literally contributed beyond the bar in the Arab world. The floor is now open for other member delegates to raise their concern over the space pollution. Member delegates from the European Union, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Indeed, the European Space Agency has commissioned the world's first space debris removal and runs the Clean Space Initiative. We have a prominent working mission for space debris cleaning, the Clear Space 1, planned for launch in 2026. This mission aims to actively remove space debris by targeting a specific piece of debris, the Vespa adapter, which was left in the orbit by ESA's Vega launcher in 2013. Clear Space 1 uses a robotic spacecraft equipped with 4 robotic arms designed to autonomously approach, capture, and secure the target debris. Now, I would like to call upon my member delegate of Spain to brief you more about Remove Debris mission.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to draw your attention towards another significant mission, the Remove Debris mission in 2018, which demonstrates key technologies like net capture, harpoon capture, and vision-based navigation from debris removal, low Earth orbit using microsatellite and CubeSats as debris targets. Our EU Space Academy provides free online courses and aspiring space-based entrepreneurs. For younger students, the European Space Education Resource Office framework uses ESA resources to provide STEM education through national programs.
dedication to the delegates from European Union for highlighting a crucial concern related to space exploration. Here comes the integration of Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institution, to Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education. The delegates who wish to present their insights may raise their placards. Member Nation South Sudan, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Ma'am. My country is currently undergoing the largest displacement crisis in the world. South Sudan is the African country under the maximum threat of no education, with the highest rate of children out of school and the lowest quality of education. In the context of current Sudan crisis, the status of education and space mission is severely impacted and constrained. Sudan's education system is in crisis due to ongoing conflict. Out of 17 million school-age children, only about 3 million have returned to school. Many schools are either closed or occupied as shelters for displaced people, limiting access for millions. The conflicts have led to the loss of multiple academic years, with 13 million children out of school exhibiting long-term developmental challenges. Humanitarian effort supports some school reopening and supply essential resources, but the insecurity and displacement continue to disrupt education. Sudan has a developing space program focused on satellite technology for communication and resource monitoring, led by the institution like the Institute of Space Research and Aerospace and Universities. Projects such as SUDASat-1 2019 aim to advance Sudan's space capabilities.
I totally agree with you, Member Nation South Sudan. We really sympathize with the conditions prevailing in your country and hope for the betterment of it. The floor is now open for other honorable member delegates to share their efforts in space collaboration. Member Nation Brazil, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Brazil's Alcantara Lot Center provides a gateway for international missions, empowering regional cooperation with Argentina, Chile, and others. Our Science Without Borders program since 2011 allows students to intern with global space leaders, planting seeds for future joint missions. As per UNESCO, literacy rate have been increased steadily from around 30% in the early 20th century to over 93% in the recent years, reflecting Brazil's significant progress in expanding educational access and improving literacy. We have launched Brazil's Amazonia 1 satellite in 2021, which is the first fully designed, integrated, tested and operated by Brazil for Earth's observation and environmental monitoring.
Thank you, Member Nation Brazil. Your visionary achievements in space exploration and education showcase extraordinary leadership. The floor is now open for distinguished member delegates to raise their concerns over advancing space exploration and global cooperation. The delegate of Luxembourg is requested to present their views and address the Assembly.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and esteemed members of this World Parliament, it is a profound honor to speak on the behalf of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, a nation small in territory yet vast in its cosmic ambitions. Our journey in space exploration is guided by a belief that innovation must serve humanity and that progress must be shared beyond borders. Our contribution to the space sector is truly unique. We are among the first nations to establish a legal and regulatory framework that grants private companies ownership rights over resources extracted from celestial bodies. This visionary step has redefined how nations and industries responsibly explore and benefit from the riches of space. Our institutions, the Luxembourg Space Agency and the European Space Resources Innovation Center, stands as symbols of our dedication to research, sustainability, and global partnership.
Thank you, Honorable Representative of Luxembourg. The floor is now open for other honorable member delegates who wish to share their nation's perspective in space exploration. Delegate of Germany, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Sir. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed members of this House, I stand before you today representing the Federal Republic of Germany, a nation deeply committed to advancing humanity's reach in space through knowledge, responsibility, and innovation. Germany's journey in space exploration has not been without challenges. We have faced high cost of research and development, the complex coordination among international partners, and the ethical dilemmas surrounding militarization and commercialization of outer space. Moreover, ensuring equal access to space technology and education for all continues to be a pressing concern. Yet, despite these challenges, Germany has turned obstacles into opportunities. Through the German Aerospace Center, we have achieved remarkable progress in satellite technology, robotics, and planetary research. German scientists have played vital roles in ESA missions such as Rosetta, ExoMars, and Solar Orbiter, contributing to Europe's collective success. Thank you.
Multiple nations, millions of dreams. Our session today is proof that the cosmos just not belongs to one flag, but to us all. Let our shared vision shape the cultures of tomorrow's spacefarers, rooted in learning, compassion, and ethical integrity. As we conclude this meaningful session, I'm reminded that our pursuit of stars must never lose sight of the values that define us here on Earth. In our eagerness to explore beyond the planet, we must ensure that curiosity does not outpace conscience and innovation walks hand in hand with ethics. Today's discussion have reminded us that space exploration is not just the ambition of one nation, but a shared destiny of humankind. Even as some regions like South Sudan face crisis on Earth, our dialogue proves that collaboration and compassion can transcend boundaries. Let education light our path, ethics guide our choices, and unity strengthen our mission beyond the stars. Together, let us ensure that our reach into the cosmos does not reflect conquest, but cooperation, compassion, and collective hope. May our shared vision make both Earth and space brighter for generations to come.
Thank you to our young delegates from CMS Jopling Road campus. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you, dear students, for that insightful and inspiring World Parliament. You have reminded us that the future of humanity rests in thoughtful, responsible, and globally aware minds. It is now my proud privilege to invite our esteemed manager, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, ma'am, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, through your visionary leadership, CMS continues to inspire generations of global citizens. We request you to kindly address the gathering and share your thoughts on this momentous occasion.
What a most beautiful message the children have given from Jopling Road campus this morning. And what was really remarkable was for me to understand that space is something that every nation is engaged with today, including, I was amazed to realize that a poor nation like South Sudan in Africa is also got a space program. Such are the massive benefits, potential benefits of space research. Good morning, students, teachers, and all eminent guests. I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome you to this felicitation event for our distinguished alumnus, Gagan Yatri Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, or Shuks as he's affectionately called. I think I can hear some students clapping, but the others are unaware. That's more like CMS. Thank you. I welcome also not only the 2,000 or so students sitting here in this hall at the CMS Kanpur Road campus, but I also welcome all of the nearly 30,000 students of CMS of grades 6 to 12 who have joined us remotely for this celebration from across 22 campuses of CMS. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to the dear wife of Shubhanshu Shukla, Dr. Kamna Shukla, also Shuchi Mishra ji, who's the sister of Shubhanshu Shukla. I'd also very much like to welcome Mr. Harsh Singh, IPS officer and the FRRO of Lucknow region. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Anurodh Gupta. I'd like to welcome all the esteemed principals of City Monastery School, Dr. Mala Mehra, Principal Horner College, and all of you today. Students, you already know that the pride of India, pride of Uttar Pradesh, and pride of Lucknow, ISRO astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has been a fighter jet pilot and an elite test pilot with the Indian Air Force, and that last year he went up with the Axiom 4 mission to the International Space Station. I'm happy to repeat that he's a cherished former student of CMS Aliganj campus, where he studied from Montessori to class 12, leaving CMS in the year 2002. This event today has been organized in order to honor Shubhanshu Shukla for receiving our country's highest peacetime gallantry award, the Ashok Chakra, from Her Excellency, the President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, on Republic Day 2026. And he got the award from Her Excellency for his extraordinary courage, bravery, leadership, and exemplary conduct, and for pioneering India's presence at the International Space Station. Students, the Axiom 4 mission represented India's return to human space flight after 4 decades, after 40 years. At the International Space Station for 2 weeks, or a bit more, 2.5 weeks, Shubhanshu Shukla conducted scientific research contributing to human understanding of space and enhancing international collaboration. His journey from City Monastery School to the mission in space underscored the importance of strong educational foundations and the relentless pursuit of one's dreams. Shubhanshu Shukla's achievement serves as an inspiration to all our students. When we told Shubhanshu Shukla that we wanted to invite him to honor him for receiving the Ashok Chakra award, he said he would like to come and interact with the students. So that's why we are here today. And to Shubhanshu Shukla and to the guests here, I want to mention that CMS has been striving to provide an education that is connected with the real world around the children, and an education that is developing critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and character by employing active learning approaches, project-based learning, experiential learning, and competency-based testing. I'm proud to say that our children are learning by doing. For example, learning STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, the STEM subjects, by making models and integrating their learning to one or the other of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, thereby developing a growing understanding of their global citizenship. Such global citizenship education goes to the heart of what my revered father and mother emphasized right from the beginning of this school 67 years ago, when they started the school with the motto of Jai Jagat. As a CMS student, Shuks was inevitably steeped in that philosophy, and his space odyssey reminds everyone of the phenomenon that all astronauts experience when they see the loneliness and fragility of Earth as a tiny speck in a vast cosmos. Namely, the realization that there are no borders and that ultimately the Earth is but one country and all humankind are its citizens. You know, children, when Yuri Gagarin went up to to orbit the Earth for the first time, human being went to space. He went up as a Russian. He was from Russia. He went up as a Russian. And when he came back as a human. He did not have, his realization from there was that his loyalties were greater. They were to the Earth as a whole. Human Spaceflight Day is an occasion to pause and to ask what this enterprise, this spacefaring enterprise is all about. What is it really for? The easy answer is that it is for pursuing science, breaking barriers, it's for national prestige. But if you think about it a bit more deeply, answer is more demanding. Ernest Shackleton and even Scott of the Antarctic, they went into the Antarctic darkness in the early part of the 20th century, around 1912, 1914. Ernest Shackleton in particular, he went with 27 men, but there was no certainty of return. What drove him was not some sort of a calculation of what money they would get or some small goal. It was something older, something more primordial. It was the human refusal to accept the known limits of our Earth and our environment, our known world, as the limit of that which is possible. It was that refusal of the human spirit to limit yourself to that which seems possible. And it's that same impulse that sent Yuri Gagarin into the orbit, placed Neil Armstrong on the moon. Is there something can be done about this sound? Because there's a lot of... So students, I was giving an analogy between the exploratory spirit of human beings today when it comes to the realm of space. What was the analogous situation more than 100 years ago, maybe about 115 years ago, in terms of exploration of the Antarctic, the race to the South Pole? That was also, it was not some low-level calculation, but it was something deep-seated in the human psyche, the desire to explore that which is unknown and refusal to accept the known limits of the world. And that same impulse sent the Russian astronaut Yuri Gagarin into orbit. It placed Neil Armstrong on the moon, and it carried Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla beyond the atmosphere as part of an international crew. The frontier changed. Previously, it was the South Pole. Today, it is space. But the species did not. The human species did not. And the human spirit remained the same. What has changed is the scale of the ambition. You've heard of NASA's Artemis mission. Would you raise your hand if you've heard of NASA's Artemis mission? Quite a lot of you raised your hands, maybe about 30, 35, 40%. NASA's Artemis program is building not just a return to the moon, but a sustained human presence there, a staging point for deeper exploration, to actually establish a base for humans to actually be on the moon. SpaceX's Starship, the most powerful rocket ever constructed, is designed to carry over 100 people at a time into space. Shackleton's ship had carried only 27 men more than 100 years ago. We are now engineering vessels that are 4 times that capacity for journeys into space, the moon, and eventually to Mars. This is not incremental progress. It is a civilizational shift. Now, where does India stand in all this? India's trajectory within this shift is significant. Rakesh Sharma's 1984 mission was a moment of national representation. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's mission marks something much further. it is the operational integration into the global architecture of space science for India. So India is not pausing there. With Gaganyaan, ISRO is preparing to send Indian astronauts to space on an Indian rocket from Indian soil. The dream that Rakesh Sharma represented is now becoming a reality. For the educators and school leaders who shape the next generation, this distinction matters. Previously, 40 years ago, when Rakesh Sharma went to space, he went up in Soyuz, which was a Russian-made spacecraft. He was a guest, an invited guest to go up there. When ISRO sends up its Gaganyaan mission, it'll be not another country's spacecraft. It'll be an indigenously produced and made craft that India will itself have made, and India will be a contributor rather than a guest in humanity's shared future. That future will demand more than just engineering. The history of exploration, whether it be to space, so far it's a very early endeavor. Our foray into space is in its early stage. But if you look at other explorations that we've done on the Earth itself, when human beings have gone to pristine lands, they've gone to areas that were previously unexplored and not inhabited by human beings before. When human beings have done that, right? When Columbus explored, he went in search of India and he found what today we know as United States of America, and other places that we have gone and explored, which were pristine and clean before human beings arrived there. We have not behaved very well. The history of exploration teaches us a sobering lesson. Expansion without ethical grounding produces consequences that can take generations to repair. But as we build outward or go further, just like we are doing with space at the moment, the questions of governance, equity, and responsibility travel with us. Who decides what will be built on the moon? What purposes it will be used for? How do we ensure that the next chapter of human expansion is wiser than the last? That we don't spoil the pristine antariksh that is there. These are the questions for classrooms as much as for space agencies. Don't make the mistake of thinking that why should I think about this? This is something that space agencies will think about. Remember that every person who has ever gone to space was first a student. The values that they carry beyond the atmosphere were formed on Earth, in families, in schools, and in the philosophies that shape their understanding of what the world is and who it belongs to. And therefore, it deeply impacts the choices they make, the policies they make. Jai Jagat, which is the motto of City Monastery School and a philosophy that its students carry for life, is not just a sentiment, but it is a daily practice of seeing every human being as a fellow citizen of a shared home. When Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, a son of this school and of this city, looked down at Earth and described it as you did, Shuks, as seeing no borders, seeing the Earth as one, as if we are, it's one family, one home, and we are all its citizens. When you said that, that philosophy came full circle. The overview effect was made personal, made local, and made ours. Students, the horizon ahead is vast. Whether we meet it as competitors, for example, different space startups, they could compete with each other. Different spacefaring countries could compete with each other. Whether we meet it, this horizon that is vast, whether we meet this horizon as competitors or as co-creators will depend not on the rockets that we build, but on the human beings that we form. That work begins here, on the ground, in the schools and communities that decide what kind of a civilization we are sending into the stars. Therefore, it is fitting then that to mark Human Spaceflight Day, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has returned to his city and to his alma mater to interact with nearly 30,000 students today and to speak to them not as a distant hero, but as one of their own, one of our own. For these young minds that are sitting here and that are sitting in their campuses across 22 campuses of CMS and watching you, Shuks, just now from their screens in their respective campuses of CMS, I want to say that your presence does what no textbook can. It makes the impossible feel personal and the stars feel close. Thank you so much for being here today. Will you all join me in welcoming Shubhanshu Shukla?
Thank you, respected ma'am, for your deeply insightful and inspiring address that beautifully connected the spirit of exploration, education, and global citizenship. Your words have motivated us to embrace unity, think beyond boundaries, and strive towards a better shared future for all. Dear students, something very interesting is coming up. They say when words fall short, expression finds its way through movement. We now present a very special dance tribute dedicated to the inspiring journey of our Ashoka Chakra awardee, Gagan Yatri, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. This performance beautifully captures his voyage, from dreams nurtured in classrooms to milestones achieved among the stars. Through rhythm, expression, and energy, our students bring alive the spirit of determination, courage, and aspiration. Each step reflects the passion to rise, to explore, and to go beyond limits. This is not just a dance, but a celebration of a hero who continues to inspire millions. I invite the talented students of CMS Aliganj Campus 1 to take the stage with this special presentation. And we have a student from Aliganj Campus 1. All right, they are ready. Can we have the curtains, please?
लखनऊ के लाल शुभांशु शुक्ला, भारतीय वायुसेना के ग्रुप कैप्टन, सीएमएस के पूर्व छात्र को सर्वोच्च शांतिकालीन वीरता और अदम्य साहस के लिए अशोक चक्र मिलने पर सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल परिवार द्वारा हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन।
शुभांशु शुक्ला, देश का अद्भुत मान मिला, सर्वोच्च शांतिकालीन वीरता, अशोक चक्र सम्मान मिला, अशोक चक्र सम्मान मिला। मोदी जी कहते हैं शुभांशु, तुम तो एक सितारा हो, योगी जी कहते हैं
Thank you, dear students, for that very warm welcome. I request all the students on the stage to come closer for the group photograph. Please come on the steps, dear students of Aliganj Campus 1. May I request the teacher in charges, if you are there, to kindly help them. Please close the curtains. I also request the principal of CMS Aliganj Campus 1, Mrs. Shivani Singh ma'am, to kindly join them on the steps. And also Dr. Kamna Shukla to kindly join the kids for a group photograph. Come on, let's give them a huge round of applause for that very warm welcome to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and to his family. Thank you, students of CMS Aliganj Campus 1, and thank you to our management and to our honorable guests for that group picture. Thank you so much, dear kids. You may start moving out from the right-hand side. From the silent glow of the cosmos to the brilliance within every curious mind, light is the force that guides, inspires, and unites us all. As we move forward in this celestial celebration, we now arrive at a moment that marks the auspicious beginning of our event. At this moment, I feel deeply honored to invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the stage and illuminate the ceremonial lamp. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, along with his wife, Dr. Kamna Shukla, Mr. Harsh Singh and Mr. Anurodh Gupta to kindly join us up on the stage for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. May I also request our revered founder director, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi ma'am, respected manager, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon ma'am, and Mrs. Reena Soti ma'am, Head Quality Assurance and Innovations Department to kindly join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp ceremony. Light in every form has been the eternal symbol of knowledge, discovery, and hope. Just as the stars illuminate the vast universe, today's young explorers shine with the spirit of inquiry and imagination. As the lamp is lit, may it symbolize the light of knowledge, guiding our young minds to explore, to question, and to dream beyond the stars. Because every great discovery begins with a single spark.
May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep this light forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord.
Thank you to the management and to our honorable guests I request all the dignitaries to kindly join us on the steps for a group photograph. May I request Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdom ma'am and Founder Director ma'am to kindly join us on the steps for a group photograph. May I also request all our respected principals to kindly join us up on the steps. I request all our dignitaries, the management, as well as all the principals to kindly join us up on the steps for a group photograph. Respected principals, you are requested to kindly join for the group photograph. I also request the entire family of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla sir to kindly join us up on the steps. Sama ma'am, Shushma ma'am, you are also requested to kindly join for the picture. Ready everyone? Say Jai Jagat. Thank you so much to all our principals. I request you to kindly be seated. Thank you everyone for doing the honors. Different paths, yet one destination. Many prayers, yet one divine connection. At City Montessori School, we believe that unity in diversity is the foundation of true global harmony. The all-religion prayer is a beautiful expression of this belief, where faiths come together in peace and mutual respect. It reflects the vision of our founders to nurture hearts that honor all religion and uphold the spirit of universal brotherhood. Through this soulful presentation, our students celebrate the essence of 6 great faiths: Hinduism, Islam, Sikhism, Christianity, the Baha'i faith, and Buddhism. Each prayer carries a message of love, compassion, truth, and unity. Though the words may differ, the emotions remain one: peace for all mankind. This dance is not just a performance, but a prayer in motion, echoing harmony through every step and gesture. It reminds us that beyond all differences, we are one human family. Let us open our hearts and immerse ourselves in this divine expression. I now invite the students of CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1 to present the all-religion prayer. May we please have the curtains. And let us give a huge round of applause for the students of CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1.
Look around you. We all look different. We speak different languages. We celebrate different festivals. We pray in different ways. But today we are here to celebrate something very special. our differences. Just like a garden looks beautiful with many kinds of flowers, our world becomes beautiful because of many religions, cultures, and traditions, different prayers, different names of God, but one message: love, peace, kindness, and respect.
Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna. आज धरा निज भाग्य पे देखो जाए स्वयं ही वारी, जमुना जी के तट की सुंदर छटा आज है न्यारी, मंद सुगंधित पवन चले देखो होकर मतवारी, राधा के संग रास रचाए कान्हा कुंज बिहारी। अद्भुत है ये क्षण इसकी है छवि मधुर मनहारी, कण कण बोले जय मुरलीधर जय वृषभान दुलारी।
कर दो करम मौला कर दो करम, हम पे करम मौला हम पे करम।
कर दो करम मौला कर दो करम, हम पे करम अल्लाह हम पे करम।
बिखरे हुए शर्मसार है हम, रहमत के तलबगार है हम, वास्ता नबी का मौला रख लो भरम। कर दो करम अल्लाह कर दो करम, हम पे करम मौला हम पे करम।
भूखल के दो जहां है, जरे जरे से आया है, तेरी ही हम दो सना। ओ मौला रब कायनात
मुल मेहनत दा पै जावे करा दुआवां में बस इन्ना बख्श दे हुनर दातिया शुक्र दातिया तेरा शुक्र दातिया शुक्र दातिया तेरा शुक्र दातिया
देश न जाने भेष न जाने देश न बुद्ध की शुद्ध है वो रंग न जाने वर्ण न माने सबका वो मनमीत है मन शुद्ध है तन बुद्ध है तन शुद्ध है मन बुद्ध है मन शुद्ध है तन बुद्ध है तन शुद्ध है मन बुद्ध है वो बुद्ध है बुद्ध है 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 बुद्ध है देश न जाने भेष न जाने देश न बुद्धि की शुद्ध है मन के अंधों को दिया के मन के अंधों को दिया के सुनाई बहरों को दो बातें सदियों के गूंगे गाने लगे ये बुद्ध की सेवा प्रसिद्ध है मन शुद्ध है तन बुद्ध है तन शुद्ध है मन बुद्ध है वो बुद्ध है बुद्ध है तन शुद्ध है बुद्ध है वो बुद्ध है बुद्ध है तन शुद्ध है बुद्ध है मेरे ईश्वर हे परमेश्वर शाश्वत बस तू है
हे मेरे ईश्वर हे परमेश्वर शाश्वत बस तू है
अंतर्यामी तू ही निरंतर और
सब नश्वर है। हे मेरे ईश्वर, हे परमेश्वर, शाश्वत बस तू है।
सेवक सारे मन फिर अलग क्यों, एक जतन है दिल में जलन क्यों।
युगों युगों से तेज तपन क्यों, द्वेष द्वंद्व और ये तड़पन क्यों।
सबको मिला दे ऐसी कृपा कर, तू ही गुरुवर है।
हे मेरे ईश्वर, हे परमेश्वर, शाश्वत बस तू है।
चलो सभी मिलकर चले, सपनों की राह पे बढ़े।
चलो सभी मिलकर चले, सपनों की राह पे बढ़े।
नफरत को पीछे छोड़ो, प्यार का दीप हम जलाए। नफरत को पीछे छोड़ो, प्यार का दीप हम जलाए। एकता की राह पे चलो, शांति का संदेश दो। मिलकर हम सब गाए गीत, प्यार से भर दो हर मन को। एकता की राह पे चलो, शांति का संदेश दो। मिलकर हम सब गाए गीत, प्यार से भर दो हर मन को। एकता की राह पे चलो, शांति का संदेश दो। मिलकर हम सब गाए गीत, प्यार से भर दो हर मन को। एकता की राह पे चलो, प्यार से जग रोशन करो। शांति और स्नेह की छाया सबके जीवन में लाओ। एकता की राह पे चलो, प्यार से जग रोशन करो। शांति और स्नेह की छाया सबके जीवन में लाओ।
Thank you, dear students from CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1 for the divine performance. I request our chief guest, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla sir, to kindly join the girls and the boys for a group photograph. May I also request the Senior Principal of CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1, Mrs. Nisha Pandey ma'am, to kindly join the kids for a group photograph.
शांति और स्नेह की छाया सबके जीवन में लाओ। एकता की राह पे चलो, प्यार से जग रोशन करो। शांति और स्नेह की छाया सबके जीवन में लाओ। एकता की राह पे चलो, शांति का संदेश दो। मिलकर हम सब गाए गीत, प्यार से भर दो हर मन को।
Let's give a huge round of applause for CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1.
जग रोशन करो। शांति और स्नेह की छाया
Thank you, respected dignitaries. I request you to kindly be seated.
एकता की राह पे चलो, प्यार से जग रोशन करो। शांति
That was a fantastic performance. Let's give it up for CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1. Thank you, dear students. Thank you to the team of CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1. For the further proceedings, I now invite my co-host, Mrs. Shushma Rajkumar ma'am, for further proceedings.
Thank you, Khyati. Every generation grows up on an idea of what is possible and what is not. And every once in a while, someone emerges who quietly expands that idea, not through words, but through the journey that they choose to undertake. For our students, that journey is embodied in... Who's that journey for you? In whom do you see that journey? Shuks, yes, in Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. He's not a distant figure in history, but someone who once sat where you sit today, dreaming, questioning, and daring to imagine a life beyond the ordinary. May we now have an AV of the Ashok Chakra awardee, Gagan Yatri, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. Can we have the AV, please?
This is where it all began actually, you know. I passed out of CMS Aliganj in 2002. So I owe this founding years of whatever it is that I turned out to be to this school. And I have every reason to be thankful that I was a part of this institution which has imparted me with the right values, knowledge, and prepared me for the world outside. In class 12, I filled up that form for NDA, and then I went for my interview at number 1 AFSP Dehradun. Before my boards were finished, I knew that I am going to NDA in June of 2002.
Namaste. I am Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
A fighter pilot for 15 years, he was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
The first Indian astronaut, Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, traveled to space in 1984. I grew up reading about him in textbooks and listening to his stories from space. I was deeply impressed by him.
Started out somewhere, I didn't know that this is the path it is going to finally take. First fly all my life, which was a dream job for me, and then have the opportunity to apply to astronaut corps, and now consequently be here. The way this worked out for me was that probably a week before we arrived at Axiom was the time I came to know that I would be going. This was a possibility for me to actually fly to space. You don't know how to respond to such things.
Shooks his wisdom. The knowledge that he possesses, he could be 130 years old.
For me, having him as my pilot in the Dragon capsule is great. He already has that operational savvy. You know, he's just wicked smart when it comes to spacecraft technologies.
He is very focused and he will basically go 1, 2, 3, 4 in a record time. I don't even know how he gets there so fast.
The team that I'm flying with on this mission, it is fantastic. But post this mission, these are going to be my friends for life.
आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले
Hello everyone, Namaskar from space.
Grace crew, welcome aboard the International Space Station. Peggy, welcome back. It's a great honor and privilege to have such a legendary astronaut on board with us. And Thibaut, Shooks and Swab, congratulations on your new first space flight.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
I travel to space with the dreams of a billion hearts with me. I want them to live this journey with me because I feel that it is equally theirs as it is mine.
अभी आपसे बात करते वक्त मैंने अपने पैरों को बांध रखा है, नहीं तो मैं ऊपर चला जाऊंगा.
It's always great to work with a bunch of professionals, which you are, but it's even more special to work with folks that have become our friends even more deeply. Thank you.
Thank you to the Axiom 4 crew.
मीठे में खतर में छींटे में ढूंढो तो मिल जाओगे तब ताबोगी तो में रंग है समाज निखरे और खुल के आज बिखरे मन जाए ऐसी होली रग रग मचल के बोली टस है ना मस है जी जिद है तो जिद है जी घिसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही बस करी है डूबे तरिए या मरिए चक दे
It has been an amazing journey. These are moments that really tell you that you are getting to be a part of something that is much larger than yourself. I can only say how extremely fortunate I am to be a part of this.
It is my sincere endeavor through my mission to inspire an entire generation back home in the country. I want to use this opportunity to ignite curiosity among kids. Even if this story, my story, is able to change one life, it would be a huge success for me.
आज बड़े बेटे ने इतना अपना नाम ऊंचा कर लिया है कि पूरे विश्व में, पूरे संसार में और पूरे भारत में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में उसका नाम लिया जा रहा है गौरव से. और उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा तो हम CMS को ही देंगे. CMS वालों का नाम सबसे ज़्यादा है.
अकेला यदि ये समझ ले कि उसके साथ कोई दूसरा भी है, उसको पहचान ले, तो अकेला नहीं रहता. वो महान शक्तिशाली का मार्गदर्शन मिल जाता है. और जब मार्गदर्शन मिल जाता है तो वो अकेला नहीं होता, उसके साथ भगवान के 1000 हाथ भी आ जाते हैं.
जून 2025 को एक्सियम 4 मिशन के तहत ग्रुप कैप्टन शुक्ला ने निडरता और आत्मविश्वास के साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन ISS के लिए 20 दिनों की यात्रा के लिए आगे बढ़े, जो भारत के मानव अंतरिक्ष उड़ान कार्यक्रम के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित हुआ. ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला को अदम्य साहस, उत्कृष्ट शौर्य के लिए अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित किया जाता है. ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला.
learning a new things. So we are thanking to the CMS teacher and to the CMS school. Thank you for the opportunity.
और यहाँ पे रोबोटिक्स की क्लासेस काफ़ी अच्छी हुई है, कुछ सीखने को मिला है।
आपने एक्सप्लेन किया है, मैं स्टूडेंट को बताया है, काफ़ी अच्छा। इसलिए मैं थैंक यू बोलती हूँ आप सबको कि इतना सीखा इन लोगों ने, और इलेक्ट्रिक करंट के बारे में कैसे पास होता है, कैसे नहीं, और निगेटिव पॉजिटिव चार्ज समझ में आए इन्हें चीज़ें। तो उस चीज़ के लिए थैंक यू कि इन्हें इतनी अच्छी नॉलेज दी।
Wondering what that last bit was? So CMS, in collaboration with AKTU, our students are going aboard the Infosys bus to government schools and teaching the children there robotics and AI. So this was our students, or students of Aliganj campus at Rasulpur Government School. What a great initiative in the name of Shubhanshu Shukla. Now, we arrive at a moment of immense pride and deep significance for all of us here. It is our honor to felicitate Gagan Yatri Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, an illustrious alumnus whose courage, commitment, and service to the nation have been recognized with one of India's highest peacetime gallantry award, the Ashok Chakra. May I now request the CMS leadership to kindly come up on stage to felicitate Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. I request Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to kindly come up on stage. May I also request all the principals of CMS to come up on stage for this great occasion. All principals and administrators of CMS. Can I request the founder director to please be on stage as we felicitate Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla? This honor is not merely a recognition of individual bravery, but a reflection of values we hold dear: integrity, resilience, and an unwavering sense of duty. May I request Badi Didi and Geeta ma'am to present the citation, the memento, shawl, and a bouquet as a token of our respect, gratitude, and admiration. We also present him with a 3D printed bust of our dear, revered founder manager, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi sir. This has been 3D printed by students of CMS Chowk campus, Suman Avasti and Aman Ahmed, along with their teacher, Ashwini Singh. May I now have the permission to read out the citation? That's a beautiful Ram Lalla which is being presented to Shubhanshu Shukla. We also present him with the Fellow of CMS Award. Could we have the citation for the Fellow of CMS Award? Fellow of CMS Award presented to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, Shuks, India's first astronaut aboard the ISS, Lucknow's first Ashok Chakra awardee, distinguished CMS alumnus, we truly value your commitment to the CMS philosophy of Jai Jagat and Vasudeva Kutumbakam. CMS is proud to confer upon you the title of Fellow of CMS. You stand as a true torchbearer of the legacy of our revered CMS founder, late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, carrying his vision of Earth is but one country and mankind its citizen. Wonderful to see the standing ovation by the children. Let's come closer for a beautiful group photograph. Children, what do? Let's create energy. Wonderful. We want each one of you to be up on stage like this. Take inspiration from Shubhanshu Shukla and become the next Shubhanshu Shukla. And now, the time that we've all been waiting for. I request you all to kindly settle down. Do you want to hear him? Settle down. Yes. Honors and recognitions capture a journey, but it is the voice behind that journey that truly inspires.
Check.
We will now have the privilege of hearing firsthand from someone who has lived the values that we seek to instill in our children. How many of you have seen Shuks's videos from space? Show of hands. How many of you saw the recent one of him shampooing in space? Oh, you should follow him. You ready, sir?
Yep. Check. Can you hear me at the last? Last row, raise your hands if you can hear me. Okay, I think we're good.
Good to go.
Check.
So, can I just, children, he has very kindly given us time for you to ask questions. So be listening purposefully, take down your notes, and never know, today might be your lucky day.
A very good morning to all of you. To all the esteemed guests who are sitting in the first few rows, and to all the children who have been here. I was just sitting on the sofa and I was discussing with my wife, going back. It just took me back to my school days when I was sitting on those chairs and watching these programs going on for hours and hours and hours together. Before I start my presentation today, I would like to put in perspective why I'm here. Why am I here today? I realized that when I came to Lucknow after my mission, I came here, there were a lot of celebration happening, and then I visited one more during the Chief Justice's conference. But I could never speak to you. I could never share my journey with you of what it actually meant to go to space and come back, which I've been doing at other schools and everywhere in the country. So I'm back here to do that, to share this journey with you, to take you to space with me in these next 30 to 40 minutes. And before I embark on that journey, I would like to say something very interesting. I follow CMS handle on social media, and they gave out some teaser for guess who's coming on 15th on the social media handle. And students, I must appreciate you. The sense of humor that you have is just amazing. So I will just, without naming who was posting those comments, I will call out a few comments. When the teaser came out with my salute in the foreground, and obviously everybody could guess that I am coming back to CMS. Somebody wrote कि इतनी तो उनकी attendance भी नहीं होगी जितनी बार ये CMS वापस आ चुके हैं. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. There was one guy or a girl, I don't know, who wrote कि अरे CMS की वैन पे स्पेस में नहीं गए थे भाई, छोड़ दीजिए. But fantastic, I think that this is what kept us energized, me as well, when I was in school, understanding the sense of humor and playing with things, and I think it was fantastic. It was amazing to do that. But I won't bore you. That is what my promise to you is. I think you'll be very, very excited to see and listen to what I have to share with you. Going to space is fantastic. It is amazing. The experience itself is fascinating. And I will share that with you today, and thereafter take on any questions that you may have. So before I start, the description of the mission was that there were 3 other astronauts with me for this mission. Our commander was from United States. We had an astronaut from Poland. We had an astronaut from Hungary. And you have seen them in bits in the previous AV that we played. I would go ahead and play that once again before I start my presentation, because it will put in perspective of what it takes to train and then actually fly to space, the entire mission. So let us have a look at this AV, and thereafter I will move on to each aspect of mission and highlight certain attributes or issues that become critical for such endeavors.
When I think or feel about having the flag on my left shoulder, I just want Hungarian people to know that we did this. We were able to achieve this. And it completely doesn't matter for me who is in the suit. I am proud, but I just want them to be proud as well.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and lift off.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
Great. It's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning. Wow, what a ride it was. But when the ride started, it was something. Like you getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. It was an amazing feeling.
We also wanted to thank you for basically thanks for everyone around the world and every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen.
Grace crew, welcome aboard the International Space Station. Peggy, welcome back. It's a great honor and privilege to have such a legendary astronaut on board with us. And Thibaut, Shooks, and Swab, congratulations on your first space flight.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
I travel to space with the dreams of a billion hearts with me. I want them to live this journey with me because I feel that it is equally theirs as it is mine. Because I feel that this is truly the journey of an entire nation.
And look where we can go when we work together on common platform, common science, then sky is no longer the limit. We can explore space, we can explore science, we can explore technology and build new solutions for the future.
The X4 crew came here with a purpose and a really busy agenda. This was a great mission and we enjoyed it the most. So now we will return home and we will spread the word in our countries that these things are within our reach. These things are possible even for smaller countries like ours.
It's always great to work with a bunch of professionals, which you are, but it's even more special to work with folks that have become our friends even more deeply. Thank you.
Thank you to the Axiom 4 crew.
And we have Splashdown of the AX4 crew back on planet Earth.
Welcome home.
I think it's really important to have these examples of people to show the new young generation that actually there are no boundaries. Your dreams, your careers, and your lives have no limits. This is what you dream of, then you can pursue.
So this was, in summary, the entire gist of what the mission was: training for 1 year and then traveling to space. 18 days on the International Space Station, and 1 day going up, 1 day coming back, total of 20 days and 3 hours. That was the time that I spent in space. But whenever I talk about this, wherever I go, one of the most common questions that I get is, why do we need to go to space? What's the purpose, or what is the reason that we are going to space when there are so many problems that we are facing on Earth? And I'm very happy. I don't think that I have to answer that question in its entirety at this place, because we just saw the Model United Nations, or the setup about space. And kids were themselves discussing problems. Ma'am also mentioned, Geeta ma'am also mentioned that a country like South Sudan is also having a space program. So it does two things. When you go, you find solutions to problems that you don't even know when you are actually undertaking the mission. Because it is so complex, आप उसको pursue करने के चक्कर में you are able to find solutions that you apply back on Earth, during this space exploration. Take, for example, GPS. Today, you don't even think, you take out your Google Maps and you are, going anywhere. It has become a common practice. But it would not have been possible if not for space exploration. Simpler things: Velcro, duct tape, battery-operated power tools, all are gift of space flight. So you don't know in the moment, but it finds a way to come back and help humanity. And the third thing which we have spoken about is the overview effect. What is the overview effect? If you ask me, essentially when you travel outside the planet, when you go out and you look back at Earth, you see the Earth as your home. Not a particular place, not a particular city, and not a particular region, but the entire planet, that feels home. And there is a very good reason for it. And before I talk about the reason, I'll show you a video of how it looks. there was a kid who was showing me an AI model when I was walking in today. And they used an AI image of Earth rotating and moon coming and setting in the background. What I'll do is I'll share this with you, and whoever is that kid, you can use this video rather than using that AI video, because this is how it looks, you know, the moon coming in the background. So we are flying over the South America, and we'll cross the Atlantic Ocean, and then you'll see the moon coming in the background. But just what I want you to see is, when you look at Earth from this perspective, tell me where is what. If you can figure out which city is where, if you can figure out where does one country start and the other country stops, you know, just try to have a look. So we've crossed the South Americas, now we are over the Atlantic. And that is the moon coming in the background. Now we are flying over Europe. Can you make out anybody, you know, which country, which region, or which place? You really can't. You know, you're just flying so quick that everything just passes by. And that is why this feeling, it becomes very important. You know, the feeling of oneness, the feeling of your home. And also, you know, let's say, by chance, although it would be very scary, but by chance, if you were to meet an alien in space, suppose you are an astronaut and traveling in space and you find an alien and they ask you, so where are you from? And if I was to ask you, what will you answer? Anybody? Earth, right? You are from Earth. So that is what happens, you know, that feeling changes. You belong to the planet. You don't belong to a place or a region or a city anymore. Anyways, as I promised, let us move on to the mission per se. So we have seen videos, you've seen me floating around, you've seen me doing a lot of activities, but I will talk about specifics today. How does it feel, you know, when the launch happens? And all of you know I have been a fighter pilot most of my life. I have flown a lot. So when I was sitting on the rocket on 25th of June, 2025, I felt I am very well prepared. You know, I have been training all my life, since 2002, as you heard. We have been training in the Air Force, and then since 2020, we've been training for the astronaut program. Initially in Russia, then we came back to India, then back in US. So I was sitting there and I was thinking that I know this. This is I've done so many number of times, you know, taking off. When you engage the afterburner, you get that jerk and you move. But when the ignition happened on the rocket, you know, 9 engines, and you saw the rocket launch in the video, when that ignition happened, it was so powerful that all my preparation, all my confidence, it just went away, you know, flew out the window. For those few seconds, I would say 20 to 25 seconds, I was completely taken by surprise. It was extremely powerful. The entire structure shakes because of the vibrations. Your body shakes, even though you are, you know, sitting on a isolation mechanism. But then also, आप जब बैठे हैं seat पे, तो your body is shaking, your bones, you feel that. So it is extremely powerful. And you're going from 0 kilometers per hour to about 28,500 kilometers per hour. I don't know if you saw the number on the right in the screen, it was coming, 28,500 kilometers per hour in about 8.5 minutes. In spite of all my experience, I had never experienced anything like this. No, this was something totally new for me. It completely took me by surprise. It took me some time to get back. But when I talk about these numbers, you know, 28,500 kilometers per hour and experiencing this acceleration, it is not just a number that is coming on your display. Your body actually feels it. You are under a lot of force, a G-force that is experienced by the body. And you experience the same force in a fighter cockpit as well, you know, when you're turning. But there is a difference. In the fighter, you experience a force from your head to toe in this direction. So what happens? Blood from your head, it tries to come down because there is excessive force in the GZ direction. So it is trying to go down. And if you continue pulling and you continue turning, after some time there will be no blood in your head, you will faint. You will become unconscious. And then when you relax, you will again gain consciousness and then start flying again, which happens sometimes, you know. It should not happen, but it happens sometimes. But in a rocket, you are lying on your back. You are lying flat. So you experience it on your chest. And your lungs get compressed. You cannot breathe normally. As you are sitting right now, you are breathing. You cannot breathe. So you have to breathe through your stomach. You have to force your stomach going in and out. I will show you. You know, it will be interesting for you to see how it feels. Because till now, what you see the rocket launch from the outside, you know. Let's go inside and see what happens inside the capsule. So look at this. This would be the G-force that you experience in a rocket, not in the fighter cockpit. I'll show that later. Can we have volume?
3.0. 3.5. 4GX. 5GX. 6GX. 7GX, 8GX. This will maintain for 30 seconds, sir.
How much was the G? Anybody heard? 8GX, right? And did you see me opening my mouth in between every time? I'm pushing air out, I'm blowing out, I cannot inhale. I can only push air out. And inhalation happens as a passive exercise. You know, automatically it happens. You cannot breathe in, you have to push your stomach. So this one is how you would experience a G in a fighter cockpit. You know, have a look at this.
Braking profile, 7G target tracking for 15 seconds now. Start track. Missile stick is live, go for it now. 1, 2, 3, breathe. 1, 2, 3, breathe. 1, 2, 3, breathe. 1, 2, 3, breathe. 1, 2, strain hard, breathe. Maintain, very good, breathe. 1, 2, 3, breathe. 1, 2, 3, breathe.
How much do you think this was? This one. The second one, the value of the G, did you see? Was the second one more difficult or the first one? Second one was more difficult. Do you know what the value of G was in the second one? Anybody, any guess? It was 7. It was lesser than the first one. And that is the point that I want to highlight. Your body is capable of taking much more in this axis on your chest as compared to head to toe. And why do we do this? 8G it is a lot, but it is not excessive. But there may be a requirement in rocket launches in going to space that if you have a problem while going to space and you abort, you will have to experience close to 20 Gs, 18 to 20. And this was only 8, what you saw. So in this axis, your body cannot take it. You know, your spine will collapse. So that is why you have reclined the seats and you change the axis so that you will survive. There may be injuries, but you will still survive and come back. But even a small thing like this becomes very, very important when you're planning and you are executing a mission to space, or you know, something extraordinary like going to an extreme place. It can be anywhere, but every small detail, it matters. It becomes very important. Okay, so all that dynamism that I talked about, you know, 0 to 28,500 and the G-forces that we saw, finally you land up in space and you reach space. And the minute you reach space, did you see in the video that I showed that there was one of my colleagues who was placing a duck behind me, a duck, soft toy. You know, it was floating behind you. So that duck is also not floating, everything is floating, you are also floating. So it is very liberating. It is like freeing. There is no struggle. Your hands start going up, your legs start going up, you are in air all the time. So it is, you know, there are a lot of things that I can say about space, but two things. It is a lot of fun. बहुत मजा आता है when you first get to space, you know, because you could do things which you could never do on Earth. I did gymnastics when I was in primary school, you know, class 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in CMS Aliganj old building. But then I stopped because I couldn't, you know, pursue it further. I always wanted to do somersaults and front flip. I could never do on Earth. How many of you do gymnastics? Kids, if I have to. Anybody? I can see 3 or 4 hands in this entire audience of 2,000 kids. But I can tell all of you, you are exceptional gymnasts in space. Everybody. You don't have to learn to be a gymnast here on ground. You need to have competition in space. See, you just have to let yourself go, and you see how easy it is to do somersaults in space. Just one push. But it is very liberating, it is very freeing when you get to space. It is also very disorienting. You know, right now when all of you are sitting on chairs, you know where is down, because gravity is always pulling you down. But when you get to space, this force, it kind of vanishes. You don't experience gravity, so you don't know what is up, what is down, what is left, what is right. If I close your eyes and I rotate you and leave you at some place, and you know there are no markings around, you won't be able to tell which side is up, which side is down. There is no way to tell. So it is very, very disorienting when you get to space. I remember the first time when we dock, when you come on the ISS and you dock and you have to enter the station. I was going down, and as you enter down, your head is down. You look at the International Space Station, the access, it is huge. It is a long tunnel. And I looked at it and I had a sensation, if I don't hold on to something, I will fall into this tunnel, because you are entering and you're looking down. You know, that sensation was very, very powerful. And even when I tell you right now, I know there is no good way of making you feel that, you know, because it is something that I'm describing. So I thought I'll come up with an idea to show a photograph. How to show, how was the feeling? So this is what I could come with. You know, this is the tunnel. And when you enter, you get a feeling as if you're going to fall inside this tunnel, you know, if you don't hold on to something. Nothing is, you are not going to fall. Everything is falling at the same time. So you are not going to get, you know, hit or, you have to grab hold of something. It is not required. But your mind, it is tailored from the environment of gravity, from here. So you don't understand that initially. Even the concept of space is not understood. You know, the space, like right now, again, we are in a three-dimensional hall. There are some kids sitting, I can see, in the first floor, and there are some on the ground floor, but all of you are sitting on chairs. Nobody is hanging by the ceiling or sticking by the wall or floating in this space in between, right? But that is possible in space. I remember my second day, I was going across a corridor of the module, and there was a NASA astronaut who had set up her experiment right in the center of that module. And I saw her, there was no space for me to go, as I felt. So I was waiting on this side, that when she finishes, I will pass. And then this other astronaut, she comes to me and she says, Shuks, what are you doing? And I said that I need to cross, but I cannot cross because, you know, she's set up her experiment right in the center. And this one, she starts laughing at me, and she takes my hand, holds my hand. She took me to the ceiling of the module and said, walk here. And that is the time, you know, that shift happens, the change, that you are forced to think about space in a different way. It's not two-dimensional anymore. It is available for you to use. And then we nominated, you know, today we will only walk on ceilings. Today we'll only walk on walls. Or, you know, so that you force your brain to adapt to this new reality that you have. Yeah, see this. I'm not holding on to anything. I'm just floating in space right now, taking a selfie. A really cool way of taking a selfie in space, but this is how you have to get used to this concept. You cannot, it doesn't come naturally to you when you get to space. The third thing is, how many of you feel that there is no gravity in space? And how many of you feel that there is gravity in space? And there are a lot of you who don't feel anything, right? So, there is gravity in space. It is not absent. You know, Earth, if you reduce it to a point source, it is mass. So it will exert gravity. You don't experience gravity because you're falling around the Earth continuously, always in a free fall. So that is why you don't experience gravity. So everything is falling. You know, the station is falling, you are falling. If I was in space and I leave this pointer, it will stay here relative to me. It will not fall because it is falling at the same rate at which I am falling. So relatively it doesn't fall. But your mind doesn't know that. You have gone from Earth. Here things fall. So in the initial few days, I was so hesitant to leave something. If I had to do something, I would search for people and I would tell them, can you please hold it for me while I do something? And if the people I was asking were astronauts from Poland or Hungary who were also flying for the first time. They would actually hold it and stand next to me. Because they are also thinking in the same way, you know, how you are thinking. Only over a few days, you get used to this concept, that it is okay to let things go. You can leave things and they will be there, they will not fall. Look at this video. I am trying to change lens on a camera. Okay, and see, it is not going to fall. But you will feel it is going to fall. Have a look at this. One. आप किसी भी चीज को निकाल के ऐसे ही छोड़ सकते हैं. So did anyone of you feel while you were leaving, you saw me leaving the camera, did you feel it is going to fall? Did anybody get a feeling from here? Only after about 7 to 8 days, you get used to this idea that it is okay to leave things. And then you are comfortable, you leave 10 different things, you work on experiments, you collect them back, and then, you know, put them back where they are supposed to be. The problem happens that you get used to this idea in space, and you come back to Earth. And here, it doesn't work. You know, clearly we know it doesn't work, but again, your mind plays games on you because you are now used to that idea. And I remember the first evening when I came back, I was sitting on my bed replying to a lot of emails had come. At some point of time, I got frustrated, closed the laptop, took it to a side, left it. You can guess what happened. You know, a very quick lesson in gravity. It doesn't work here on Earth. But I learned something very important that day, you know, that your brain is so powerful that it can convince you of things which are not necessarily true. Your environment is different, but even then, I was under the impression that it is okay to let the laptop go. So it just signified the importance of the power that your mind or your brain holds. And that is not just applicable for something which is as physical as absence or presence of gravity. This is also true for anything you want to do, anything you want to achieve, anything you want to accomplish. If you can convince yourself up here in your mind, in your brain, that you want to do it, I am telling you, you will find a way to do it. You will eventually get to do it. But you just have to believe it here, in your head. That is the power that you hold, each one of you. Because you are in a free fall in space, you know, there is no weight. So all of you who are sitting here, everybody weighs 0. You know, there is no weight in space. And when I tell this to a few people, especially in Lucknow, they are very happy. They tell me, "Hum to space ke liye hi bane hain." And after that, you know, they'll go on and eat 2 more sweets because there is no weight. But this property, this, you know, attribute of space is what allowed the construction of International Space Station. The entire structure is about 420 tons. Huge structure. You know, we cannot launch everything in one go. So things were sent in parts, separately. And then you could join them together because, you know, 1 ton, 1000 kgs, I can lift it with my hand like this in space. It is not a problem. So anybody, all of you can do that. You have to be careful about momentum. There is mass, but it is possible to move things around. It is possible to lift things very easily in space because there is no concept of weight. So, again, we came up with an activity to demonstrate this. You know, how do we demonstrate this property of weightlessness? So who you see on screen was my commander, Dr. Peggy Whitson from United States. And she is the most experienced American astronaut today in number of days spent in space. She has spent about 695 days in space in total. That is the kind of duration that she has. And we actually joke. I was mentioning aliens in space. Oh? No, not the audio from there. I have not yet played, ma'am. I'll play it. So, she has so many days in space that we used to joke with her that, you know, actually she breaks the record of some of the satellites that have been launched. 695 days, imagine. So name an orbit around her, after her in space. But here, she's moving a huge bag. This is a bag that is probably bigger than her size. Look how easily she is able to move it around. And I'll let you guess what is inside this, but it is a heavy bag.
Careful though, because you have to control the mass, so you don't move it too fast, because it can get away from you.
I was actually waiting for this moment, Every single, I'll play it again, 1 second. Every single outreach event that I have been to, ever since I have come back, there has always been some issue with the PowerPoint, So I say this, that it is easy to go to space and do rocket science, but to find solutions to Microsoft PowerPoint, I think nobody is the answer to that. We had it. We had our moment now, we'll move forward from here. God. Okay, you know the secret? Go ahead, watch the video again. You know what's inside that.
It's possible to move very large bags. You have to be very careful though, because you have to control the mass, so you don't move it too fast, because it can get away from you. What is it that we have in incredibly large?
Oh, wow.
I don't think that you can find a better way to demonstrate this property, 3 people, adults, almost 250 kgs, and she was so easily able to move that bag around. Your body has never been in this environment of microgravity, So when you first reach there is a lot of changes that it undergoes. For starters, there is no gravity pulling on you, so all the blood from your legs, it shifts up, it goes to your head swells up. You look at the image on the right in this screen, and this was also visible when I was speaking to the Honorable Prime Minister. My head was swollen up, like there was congestion. It was bigger than what it actually is. You have confusion, all the time. Even things that you know how to do, you will become slow at it for some time. Since gravity is again not pulling on you, you become taller in space. You grow in height, when you go. And without fail, every time I say this, there are excited kids who are pointing at each other, you need to go to space. Some of you. I was also very excited for this reason. I grew by about 5 centimeters when I was there in space. But before you get too excited, all of you, let me tell you, when you come back to Earth, so it's not a lasting change. So you grow, you have back pain because your spine is getting stretched, it is getting elongated. When you come back, you have back pain again because your spine is getting compressed. But you don't keep the height that you gain in space. I mentioned to you that everything is floating in space, and so is everything inside your stomach as well. So you don't feel hungry, you feel full all the time, at least in the initial days. For first 3 to 4 days, I did not feel like eating at all. I had to force feed myself just to maintain the nutritional requirement, but probably I was able to eat about 800 to 1000 calories maximum. Didn't feel like eating at all. And lastly, in this environment of gravity, we are always using our muscles. Even right now, when I'm standing and talking to you, I am using my muscles to oppose the force of gravity. All of you, while sitting, you are using your muscles. We don't realize it because we get used to it. But once you get to the environment of microgravity, you don't use your muscles at all. I was there for 20 days, and I lost about 5 kgs of weight, out of which 4 kgs was purely muscle mass. That is how rapidly the degradation happens because you're not using them. That is why long duration crew who stay there for a longer time, they have to mandatorily exercise 2 hours every day. Every day, 2 hours, they have to exercise. There is a parallel video playing somewhere, is it? Okay. So the other challenge is the psychological challenge. You are inside a confined environment, and obviously Earth looks very beautiful when you look at it, but intervening, the medium that is there is nothing. It is vacuum. If the sun is falling on you, the temperatures would be plus 120 degrees Celsius. If the sun is not falling on you, the temperature will be minus 120 degrees Celsius. That is the range of temperatures that the structure has to go through. Inside, obviously, you don't undergo such a big cycle of temperature variation. And station is a huge structure, and there would be, some alarm, some warning, some caution going off every time. So the reality of something going wrong is always there. So psychologically or mentally, you have to be really resilient to all this, especially when you talk about long durations. Like going to Mars today is 6 months, one way. 6 months going, 6 months coming back, 1 year, and then you will stay there. So for such a long duration, away from everyone, realizing what the hardships are and what the challenges are, I think it requires a lot of mental resilience. This was mentioned in brief. I also carried with me 7 different Indian experiments for the first time. And this was very interesting because all of you also, at least the senior kids, I think, you do experiments in lab, right? But to do that simple experiment that you do in lab, in space, it becomes a huge challenge. I'll not talk about all, but I will show you why it is different. Everything behaves differently in space. Water doesn't fall. It becomes a ball, because of surface tension, because that is the most predominant force. Same happens with fire. When you light a fire here on ground, what happens? It becomes a flame. But in space, the fire doesn't burn like a flame. It burns like a ball. It becomes a sphere. So look at this. I'll just squeeze out a drop or a big, many more drops of water and see how it will behave. So the fluids behave very differently. The experiments that you do require to address this challenge. You cannot hold anything. Everything is going to float away. See, I'm going to rotate this. It will turn into a cylinder. It is not going to break apart like how it does on ground. And because of these different insights, conducting experiments is also challenging, but a lot of fun when you do it in space. So I will just mention 2 or 3 experiments which I really liked. The first one was on the stem cells. I mentioned you lose muscle very fast. So we wanted to check whether we can use certain supplements to prevent this muscle atrophy or to accelerate injury repair. And if you look at the image on the right, this one, I think it will not be visible, but the image on the right, where I'm hanging by a box by the side wall, that is how I used to do this experiment. And I used to be in this position for about 4 hours at a stretch. Once your hands are inside this box, you have to finish this experiment and then only you can come out. So about 3.5 to 4 hours, it used to be in this position. Thankfully, there is no gravity, so it doesn't matter whether you are hanging by a wall or you're standing on the floor, so to say. The second interesting experiment was, I also carried microalgae with me. Anybody, or how many of you know about microalgae? Have you heard about them? Yeah, they're a very good source of nutrition, right? Food. You can have them. They don't take a lot of space. You can grow them in, environment of space in constrained environment, and you can use it as food for long duration missions. So that was the intent. Now, very simple experiment. For 14 days, there were 12 bags. I used to take out these 12 bags, deploy them in a place where there was uniform lighting, and at the end of the day, 8 p.m., I would take all the bags, put them in a box, and store them. Very simple, not a lot. So I thought that this is probably the most simple experiment that I have with me till the final day when I had to collect the samples. And each bag needed 3 samples, and I had to use a syringe to extract the sample from this bag. Now I'll highlight the problem. What happens, obviously kids may not have done, but you may have seen that when you pull out a liquid from a syringe or even a medicine, what happens? You have air bubbles inside the, the injection that you have, right? And what do you do when you have air bubbles? Anybody? Turn it upside down and push it, right? So the air bubbles go out because they rise to the top. Guess what? That doesn't happen in space because there is no weight. So the air bubbles don't rise to the top if you turn the injection upside down. They won't. So what do you have to do? You have to centrifuge. Move it around so that you separate the air bubbles. Now, every time you cannot take one injection and put it in the centrifuge. It becomes too much, right? So what is the solution then? You become the centrifuge.
Yes.
And you hold it, and you spin around, and you try to separate the air bubbles, and you squeeze the liquid out of that bag. On an average, it took me about 10 turns per sample, that day. And as I mentioned to you, there were 36 bags. So 10 turns for each of the bags, so about 400 turns I took on space that day. I was given a nickname that day evening dinner when the entire crew got together. I earned the nickname of Space Ballerina that day. And the video still has a record, me spinning. For 4 or 5 hours, I was doing only this, nothing else. But the process of how to enable this, how to enable an experiment in space was the biggest learning. You cannot do everything as you do on ground. You have to think of every small aspect. You have to plan for everything. You have to send equipment for everything. And I think that was the biggest learning. And especially because we are working on our own space station right now. ISRO is already working on Bharti Antariksh Station. And all this is going to feed into the design of our own space station so that we can also conduct our experiments smoothly. So, without even realizing, very quickly these 18 days passed and there was time for us to come back. So, initial few days you don't feel good. 3 to 4 days, it takes time for you to get used to this new place, new environment. But after about 7 or 8 days, it becomes absolutely peaceful and fun. You start enjoying this environment of space. So much so that I think on 16th day, my wife is sitting here and I was speaking to her on phone. And I don't think that it was the wisest of conversation, but I chose to speak to her that, I actually don't feel like coming back. It was that peaceful and it was that fun in space. But I did come back on 18th day. You have to pack everything. You have to plan for your return. But I was mentioning to you that when you go to space, you accelerate to about 28,000 kilometers per hour, right? So now when you come back, you have to come back to 0. So how do you do that? You come back in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere decelerates you, or the drag, because of the air. But it also generates a lot of friction and heat. So much heat that the temperatures outside, right outside your capsule, you can see the flames through the windows. The temperatures right outside is about 4,000 degrees. That hot, almost as hot as sun. That is the kind of heat that is generated. And so you go through that, you get decelerated, and then obviously your parachutes deploy. As if you would have followed the recent Artemis mission also, you would have seen. It's the same philosophy. And then you come and splash down on the water. We landed on the west coast of United States, Pacific Ocean. And when you land back now, your body has gotten used to the environment of microgravity. So gravity is a new environment for you. So you cannot walk. It is not possible for you to walk because your body has forgotten how much effort it takes to walk. So if you take a step, you will fall down. If you're trying to sit on a chair, you will fall on the chair. You will not be able to stop yourself from falling. It takes time, again, to learn this back, this environment of gravity. So this is my video about 3 hours after the splashdown. And see how difficult it is for me to just walk straight with my eyes closed, which otherwise was very easy. But I was fascinated by the resilience of your body. Whether you're going to space, you're coming back on ground, doesn't matter. Within a matter of a few days, you become used to, you become comfortable with this new environment that has been put around you. And that is actually amazing if you think about it. You have never experienced, your body, even in the evolution process, has never experienced this environment of microgravity. And yet, within a matter of days, you are absolutely okay. Okay, so with this, I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. But I would like to tell all of you, who are sitting on these chairs, where are we right now? Where is India right now in terms of this space exploration? And why is it important for you to know? Today, we also have Director Istrak sitting here from representing ISRO. I'm also representing ISRO in way, but he is also here. And we are working on mission Gaganyaan, which is a mission to send astronauts to space and bring them back safely. And parallelly, we are also working on Bharatiya Antariksh Station, which is our own space station. And eventually, we have written that by 2040, it is a plan that we want to land an Indian on the moon. All this is happening right now. This is a span of next 15 years. And if you look at your age, this is your age group that is going to do this, accomplish this and be a part of this. So I would say be excited by this possibility that is there out for you. And this is just ISRO. There is a huge private sector which is doing space exploration. Before 2020, I think when we were selected, we did not have a profession called astronauts in India. We didn't have. There was no way to become an astronaut. Today, there is. There is a way for you to go and become astronauts, become explorers, become rocket scientists, become researchers, but be a part of this journey, of this space exploration journey. So the future is you, and the future is this. You have to make this happen. And you have to understand and you have to believe in it. I remember, I was sitting in one of these chairs some years back, maybe decades back. But I was there. I was there in these chairs. And it is possible to get up from there and be here. But you just have to believe in your head that this is possible. So I would like to end my presentation, but just one more slide before I end. In 1984, Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma had gone to space. And he was asked by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ji that, ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है, right? And I think that is the response that he gave was, सारे जहां से अच्छा. Imagine the pressure on me. So, what do I say? That is as iconic as what he has said. You can't beat that. Nobody can. I think it was just too good to be, replicated in words. But I would like to share the feeling with you. How does India look from space? And fortunately, I have technology on my side. So instead of telling you how it looks, I will show you, how does India look from space. It really looks beautiful. It is positioned uniquely, in the middle of the water. So especially if you're coming at night, you see the lighted portion of the India, the peninsula, and it absolutely looks beautiful. So we'll watch a video. We are coming from the Indian Ocean side, from the southwest, and we're going to the northeast direction. And we'll see the tip of India. We'll see cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, maybe New Delhi in the distance. And then Himalayas, and then eventually we'll see a sunrise from space. So can we dim the lights before we play the video? Ye light band ho sakti hai kya? This one also? Yes. Okay. So hopefully this will be visible. So you'll also see bright flashes on the video, And these are going to be the thunderstorms, lightning that is happening on Earth. Can you see the green curvature? Yes? That is Earth. That is actually the upper atmosphere, but that is the curvature of Earth. Anything above that are stars. Anything below that is Earth. Okay? Just play the video. Remove my... Yes. You see the flashes? These are thunderstorms that are happening on ground. Remove my video, please. Can you pause it? One second. आप मेरा वीडियो हटा दीजिए, केवल ये वीडियो प्ले करिए, ठीक है? दोनों स्क्रीन्स पे से हटा दीजिए. हाँ, बस ये वाला ये सेटअप रहने दीजिए, आप चेंज मत करिएगा इसको, ठीक है? ये वाला रहने दीजिए बस. Okay, I'll play it again. So you see this lighted portion coming. This is India. The brightest city that you see, that is Bangalore. and that is Hyderabad on top and Pune on the left. And you look at the thunderstorms that are happening, pure monsoon season. And we have crossed over to the Himalayas now, and you'll see a sunrise now. So wasn't it beautiful? So how many of you want to go to space and see it for yourself? So I'm very happy to see your raise of hands. Thank you so much for hearing me out. And I will close my address now by saying what I said from orbit when I was coming back. You know, we have a chance to speak to everyone on ground. And I gave this message from orbit, which I would like to give you here as well. That sky was never the limit, not for me, not for you, and not for Bharat. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you. And that, come on, yes. Thank you for that generous dose of inspiration, courage. And children, we always saw the fun, we saw the glamour, but today we also got to see the courage, the determination, and the resilience in this person. So thank you, Shuks, for embodying all that for our students. Can you just have a seat there?
Sure.
Yes. So we are connected with 2,000 students here and around 30,000 students in our campuses. So before we open it up for students, there are two questions that I would like to ask you. Okay, can we have the first photograph on screen? You can see the children who have connected from campuses also. Yes. So this is the cupola. This is the cupola. And you have something from your roots with you. What was that moment to you? Can you explain to our students what it was, what that photograph is? There are two photographs.
Yes.
This is the first one.
Yes.
That is you in the cupola.
Yes.
The first one is a picture of our founders. And there's one more. Could we have the next photograph? Okay, two of them are there. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Please, the question. Yes.
The question is, you've taken something, what did that moment mean to you? Displaying the photographs, what is it about your route that when you went to space, what did that beginning mean to you?
I'll explain about this one first, ma'am.
Okay.
Sitting in this
Yeah.
cupola and take this. I think this was second or third day when they wanted some pictures initially, to release to the public or something. But this was the only time I got to sit in the cupola because the days were so busy doing the experiments that you hardly had any time. So when this was scheduled as an activity was the time that I could go and actually sit and take pictures and just look at Earth from the cupola. And I think it is the most fascinating times on the station, when you're just sitting and getting a chance to just observe the Earth. You can sit there for hours, you forget everything. You don't have to force yourself for doing anything. So this is very, very special, just being there by itself. And the second photograph where you showed about the iPad, the picture that I have. So if you would have heard what I said in my address during the video that I was playing, I have said that I want all the people of this country to be a part of this journey because it is equally theirs as it is mine. There is no way for all of us to travel together, but I wanted them to share this moment with me. So what had happened that I had reached out to a lot of people, and I had reached out to Geeta ma'am specifically because she had been a great help to me last year as well in terms of guidance and even speaking on a regular basis about the mission per se. And I wanted to carry something with me to space. How do I make somebody else a part of this journey? And if you look at it, my journey where I'm sitting right now and talking to the student, I was just mentioning this. It started from the other side of this fence, not on this side, but on the other side, sitting on that chair. So I think that obviously the school has played a huge part. And specifically, I would say, Professor Geeta had been very kind and last 1 year as well. And I wanted to do something, and how do I make this a part of this journey? And that was my gesture, to take these pictures with me, which I could then carry to space and bring them back with myself, and that is what you see on these screens today.
Thank you. Again, staying with that thought, Geeta ma'am, could you come up on stage, please? Yes. We also know, many of us don't know, that you took something from CMS with you to space. Not a digital photograph, but something. And you brought it back. So we have that with here. So we would like you to formally give that to the school, to our manager, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon.
I would like to say something on this, actually.
Yes,
so
that's what
I don't know if the kids can see behind the picture, and I also know a lot of you will not get it right now because I was there. I didn't get it when I was sitting there, but I get it now. I understand it now.
Can the camera please zoom on to this? Yeah. The camera please zoom on to that. The top part of the...
He's bringing. He's part.
Yeah.
He's good.
Top.
Up, yes.
Yeah.
Upar wala. So the message that is written here is the earth is but one country and mankind its citizens. That is the message that is written, which obviously Dr. Jagdish Gandhi always used to say. And as a kid, when I was sitting, maybe I really did not understand its meaning or its value. When I traveled outside the planet and I had this overview effect, the experience of this overview effect, I literally am giving the same message wherever I am going. But it is so fascinating to just understand that here he was, without even going to space, believing in something so profound and disseminating this message all his life. I think this was incredible, and I was so privileged and honored to carry this with me, ma'am. Thank you.
It comes with a certificate of authenticity. Geeta ma'am, we would like you to read out the message of authenticity, the certificate of authenticity.
So this this certificate has at the top the logo of Axiom Space, the company, the private company that had sent up this mission to space for the 4th year running, and that's why it's called the Axiom 4 mission. And it says Certificate of Authenticity. This item, this item at the top, it is certifying that this item, thank you so much, flew into space aboard the SpaceX Dragon. The name of the vessel was Grace, launching at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, 25th June 2020, from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, and mission specialists Slavosh Uznansky-Wisniewski and Tibor Kapu formed the crew of the historic AX-4 mission, the 4th private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. The AX-4 crew spent more than 20 days in space, orbiting the Earth 320 times at an altitude of 250 statute miles at over 17,000 miles per hour for about 8.4 million miles before splashing down on Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 at 5:31 a.m. Eastern Time off the west coast of San Diego. And it's signed Peggy Whitson, Commander AX-4.
Thank you so much.
So this certifies that this object that is here at the top has been to the International Space Station and back. It's a great, great privilege. Shooks, it is very moving for me. Can you just hold this? It's a great privilege for our family and the entire CMS family that you asked us whether we could send something and you undertook to take it up all the way up. It's very affectionate of you towards the whole of the CMS family. It's very meaningful to us.
Thank you,
took it.
Thank you so much. It was my privilege to take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now open up the floor for few questions. Could we have the volunteers? Children, raise your hands if you have a good, great question. Raki ma'am? Yeah. Which side? Yes, there.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Arjun, and I'm from class 8. My question to you is that I have average maths, sir, and I still dream of becoming an astronaut. Is that possible?
You are average in maths. You are already using mathematical terms to describe your abilities in maths.
Wonderful.
Yes. No. See, you can be an astronaut. Anybody can be an astronaut. You want to try, you want to move forward, it is absolutely okay. You know, I don't know why is it that you call yourself an average in maths. I will tell you my story, you know. When I was in school, I was probably average or maybe below average in chemistry. You know, I didn't like it at all. I didn't understand or didn't like reading chemistry at all. And I went on and I was doing chemical experiments on the International Space Station, orbiting the Earth at around 17,500 miles an hour, you know. So it is possible. It is only time.
Okay, sir.
And interest, you know. I started enjoying chemistry when I understood what was being taught. Instead of just learning, you know, rather than just rote learning, when I started understanding what does this mean, that is the time that I started enjoying chemistry, you know. So I would say that when you start enjoying maths, you'll become not just great, I think you'll become exceptional at maths, okay? You just have to change how you look at it, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I can see Philip clapping the hardest there with maths. Okay, so we have Basi ma'am with the mic, and there is a student there. That end, yes.
Jajat sir, I'm Bhuvi Tiwari from class 5B from Indranagar 2. I want to ask, like, how you used to sleep in space?
Sleeping is again very different. You know, you cannot have a bed, or you don't sleep on anything. You sleep in air, essentially, because everything is floating. So you have a sleeping bag. You have to inside the sleeping bag, and then you have to tie your sleeping bag to something. Like if I'm sleeping here, I will take a thread and I will tie my sleeping bag to this place. Because if I don't tie it, then night I will sleep here, morning I'll be somewhere else, you know, found somewhere else. I'll be floating away. So you have to get inside the sleeping bag and then you tie yourself at a place, and that is how you sleep. You cannot have a pillow, you cannot have a bed, nothing is needed to sleep in space. But I'll tell you one thing, when I came back to Earth and I was sleeping on my bed for the very first time after sleeping so many days in space, that memory foam soft mattress, it felt so hard that I didn't expect it, you know, because essentially you were sleeping on nothing till that time. So it is I had a great sleep while I was on ISS, and you essentially sleep in air, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Anu ma'am and a student there.
Jai Jagat sir. So my question is, if we are heading towards to colonize Mars, which is considered an uninhabitable planet, why we are doing nothing to save our home planet Earth?
That's an excellent question, I think. But I think it is not fully accurate. I think we are doing a lot of things to save this planet also. Kids like you and students like you are having even an understanding to ask this question is the first step. That there is a lot that needs to be done for this planet. So I think it is very important for us to understand that this is precious and we have to save it. We are not going there because we have to go there. It is not, something by force that you are forced to leave planet Earth and that you have to go outside. You're going there because you want to go there. That is the difference, I would say, in terms of intent of going to space. We need to save this, we need to preserve this, there is no doubt about this, and we need to take measures. But we also need to go to space, explore space, because it allows you to do a lot many more things and find unique solutions to the problems that we have here on Earth. Thank you.
We have the next question here. Yes.
Sir, I had a question. Did it feel very weird when you were exercising the first day in space?
Absolutely weird. Yes. Absolutely. It is. I exercised on a cycle, on a bike in space when I was there. And the most interesting part about the bike that you use to exercise in space, what is the most interesting part? There is no seat. And I was completely blown away when I looked at it and I said, how is this possible? But it is so comfortable. You tie yourself up with the frame and you lock your shoes in the pedals and you just cycle. The posture is just same. You don't have a seat. You don't sit anything. So it is absolutely weird, but it is very effective. Thank you.
Wonderful. There's one question here in the middle. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Akshiti Dwivedi. I'm a student of class 11th from Gomti Nagar Extension. I just wanted to ask that what was the turning point in your life? When did you realize that you have to become an astronaut or you have to go to space?
I did not actually, to be very honest with you. I did not think like that. I think in some ways, when I joined the National Defense Academy, that is, I think I would say, one of the key turning points of my life. It is an institution which really takes you to extremes. It prepares you very well for life. And every time, every opportunity or every challenge that I faced in life, my only intent was to do it as best as I can. That's it. It was never that, at stage one, I thought that I will become an astronaut someday. That was not what I thought. I actually started thinking of being an astronaut when the selections were opened up. That was the time that I started thinking about it. So I didn't think that I would reach there. But whatever was there at that point of time with me, my only intent was to do it as best as I can. And that is what I did all my life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take the last question here, right in front.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. I think there are two people.
Yes.
Who's there?
I am Shreyash Bhardwaj from class 7B, Aliganj 2 campus. And I have a question from you that as you are a fighter pilot and I also want to become a pilot, so which subjects are necessary?
For fighter pilots, you will have to study maths, physics, definitely. So science stream when you grow up. And I may be wrong, but do we still have the bifurcation of maths and biology separately in class 10? So yes, PCM I would say. PCM would be the stream that you'll have to take. And that is all. After 12th also you can apply, or you can do your graduation and then also you can apply. You want to be a pilot or you want to be a fighter pilot?
Pilot.
Maybe then also you'll have to study maths, Nothing changes for you. So you will have to study maths for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Beta.
Okay, the last question.
Was there any lesson that you learned in this journey and how did it change you?
Where are you, Beta? Who is
Where
asking?
are you? Please, we can't see you. Right there at the back.
Okay. I got it.
Yes, yeah.
My name is Vanya. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vanya Zaidi. I am a student of class 6 from Shifabad campus. My question to you is, what was harder, the physical training before launch or adjusting back to Earth's gravity after return?
Okay, I'll answer your question, but before that I'll answer the question that the girl asked from the back. What was the biggest learning in this mission? And is there any one learning? So I would say there are a lot of learnings in this mission. Everything changes you. Every experience changes you, should you choose to learn from it. So there are a lot of learnings from this mission, huge. But I would just say the single most important thing that I've learned all this while, not just through this mission, but in this entire journey is, I would say that I have realized that there is no one path to success. What has worked for me may not work for you. What has worked for somebody else may be different. Everybody has a different path, different journey. But there is only one thing that has to be done, and that is that you have to develop the ability to never give up. That is the only thing that is required. If you convince yourself in your mind that I will not give up, come what may. So maybe I will fail today, maybe I will fail tomorrow, maybe I will fail next week, maybe next year as well. But I will choose not to give up. That is the only single learning that I have learned, and I would like you also to learn that. Don't ever give up. That's it. That is all.
My question is, no, first you, पहले आप.
एक बच्ची ने पूछा था मैम,
please,
एक सवाल
पहले
पूछा
आप.
था. Yes. Your question was difficult going up and adjusting or coming back and adjusting, right? Everybody has different perception. Everybody feels differently. I was more comfortable coming back, adjusting to gravity back on Earth. That was more convenient for me. Going up was more difficult for me. But then there are people who are the other way around. My commander was the other way around. She had no problems going up, but she had a lot of problems coming down. So it depends on body, human to human body. It is different. So for me, coming back was easier. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have the last question from Badi Didi.
My question is, my dear, कि मोदी जी को पता है क्या कि आपका स्कूलिंग सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल में हुआ है?
मैम, मैंने आने से पहले अपना जो भाषण शुरू किया था उसके पहले ही मैंने यही कहा था कि आप लोगों ने तो इतना बता दिया है कि अब तो पूरी दुनिया को पता है कि मेरी स्कूलिंग CMS से हो रही है.
Okay, we now have a very brief press interaction. Request children to be seated and listen to the questions posed by the press people. How many of you want to be famous? Okay, so this is a prize that you're going to pay for being famous. So sit back and relax and see how you deal with press people once you are famous. Children, while this is happening, very briefly, can we just stand up? Very briefly. Stand up. Stretch a bit. Hands down. Hands down. Once more. Up. Just go up on your toes. Down. And sit down. Sit down. Thank you. Children? Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, children, settle down now. We're about to begin with our panel discussion. Shouldn't we? Okay, children. Thank you. Today is a significant moment for all of us at CMS. We find ourselves closely connected to India's journey into space. It's a journey that is unfolding in real time. So today is a significant moment for all of us at CMS. Children, we need silence. Thank you so much. And we find ourselves closely connected to India's journey into space. It is a journey that is unfolding in real time, one that reflects not only scientific progress, but a larger vision for the future. What makes this moment especially meaningful is that it is not distant from us. It includes all our students, their curiosity, and their aspirations. The future of space is not only about technology, it is about ideas, it is about imagination, and it is about the choices that you, young minds, will make. This panel discussion today is an opportunity to understand that journey more deeply. Not just where India stands today, but what lies ahead and how our students can find their place within it. May I now invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage. I request Ms. Chandani to kindly escort them onto the stage. May I request Dr. Asif Siddiqui, Group Director, ISTRAC. May I request Rakhi to kindly escort Professor Nitin Saxena, Dean, Vadhwani School of AI and Intelligent System, IIT Kanpur. Ms. Neha Jain, IAS, Special Secretary, IT and Electronic Department, Government of UP. Dr. Arun Mohan Sherry, Founding Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Lucknow. Our own space hero, Group Captain, Shubhanshu Shukla, he's already on stage. And our moderator for this panel discussion is our esteemed manager, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon.
Good afternoon, students, teachers, guests, students, not only the 2,000 students or so that are here, but also students throughout CMS in all the campuses. Welcome to this panel discussion period. This is a special panel on the occasion of International Day of Human Spaceflight. Students, for a long time, probably from time immemorial, space has been a subject of fascination, of awe and wonder, and curiosity, and even of superstition. But today, the world has made, humanity has made a lot of inroads and understands space better. We are still at a very rudimentary stage of our understanding of space, but we've made about 60 years worth of progress towards it. And in particular, we see potentialities of how research in space can help problems back on Earth. What are the potentialities that exist for utilizing the potential of space for addressing human problems? And it is truly important that young people don't remain aloof from these discussions, these trends, these directions into which humanity is moving, that young people are very aware of it, and indeed, beyond awareness, that they understand their key role in it. That's why we have got this day when you are here, when instead of attending your classes, whether you're here, whether in your classrooms, back in your campuses, that we have created this opportunity, you've come out of your normal classes in order to engage with this conversation. To help us have this conversation, we have a very esteemed group of panelists here, and it's my privilege to have them here to discuss these issues with us. At this time, it's not only that ISRO, India's space research organization, is launching satellites and leading space missions. It's an era in which India is also joining and shaping how this whole enterprise turns out. It's an era where heroes like Shubhanshu Shukla, and he is the first to say, others like him, young people coming up. In fact, I've heard Shuks you say that when it comes to an Indian going to the moon, you will compete with the youngsters, and you will be, somebody else might pip you to the post and get there before you. And that's what you want. I know that is exactly what you want. You want young minds of India ignited, curious, and, how shall I say, really committed to taking forward these explorations into the unknown. Now, the future of space is not just about rockets and about, propellers and about wearing astronaut suits. It's really, the future of space is you. How you might think, is it me, right? And especially those of you, there was a subject that was just raised, a question that was just raised, that, I'm not good at maths particularly. Can I still be an astronaut? Do I have to take the PCM subjects to be a pilot, and so on and so forth? Those questions came up. And some of you might be wondering that if you are in the humanities, for instance, if you want to become an administrator or a sociologist, and so on and so forth, or an agriculturalist, how does space connect with you? What is the relevance of space for you? I think this panel discussion will show you how space is of relevance to all of us. So, the answer to the question of where do I come in is that you don't just fit in the story, you are the story. And this is what I'm hoping that our panel today will bring out. So I'm going to go straight into the discussion, and I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists. This is a very esteemed and distinguished group of panelists that are here. Although one could say a lot about each of these panelists, but in the interest of time, we will keep it very, very brief. Today we have with us Professor Nitin Saxena. He is Professor...
Hello.
He's Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at the IIT Kanpur. A recipient of the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, he has held visiting positions at leading global institutions, and he actively contributes to strengthening theoretical computer science research and talent development in India. He now has the distinction of being the founding dean of the newly established Vadvani School of Artificial Intelligence and Intelligent Systems at IIT Kanpur. You're very welcome, Professor Nitin Saxena. We have with us Dr. Asif Siddiqui. Asif Siddiqui Sahab is Group Director and Senior Scientist at the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, also called ISTRAC, where he plays a key role in mission operations and satellite tracking. His work supports critical phases in India's space missions, including launch and in-orbit operations. With extensive experience in ground systems and mission coordination, he contributes to ensuring reliability and precision in ISRO's expanding portfolio of national and international space missions. There is a lot of dynamism in Indian space sector. It's not only ISRO, which is the government's space research arm, and not just research, but also active execution of space missions. And of course, of the Chandrayaan mission that was very successfully executed, with an Indian craft landed on the south pole of the moon. ISRO made a massive success of that. Some other countries, very prominent spacefaring nations, could not make a success of that. So that was a real boost to the prestige of India. And secondly, the going up onto the International Space Station of an Indian astronaut, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. And thirdly, the upcoming Gaganyaan mission. These are missions of extreme ambition, which India has undertaken, and two of them have been very successfully executed. India has the further ambition to put its own international space station. I think it's called the Bharat Space Station. So ISTRAC is a really important part of that ambition, of helping India to achieve that ambition. I'm privileged also to introduce Dr. Arun Mohan Sherry, Director of IIIT in Lucknow. Dr. Arun Mohan Sherry is Director of the Indian Institute of Information Technology in Lucknow. His work focuses on advancing interdisciplinary education in emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence and data science. Under his leadership, IIIT Lucknow has strengthened industry collaboration, research output, and innovation-driven academic programs. You're welcome, sir. It's also my distinct privilege to introduce Ms. Neha Jain, IAS. Neha Jain is an Indian Administrative Services officer known for her work in governance, public service delivery, and administrative reform. She has led key initiatives in areas such as education, urban development, and citizen-centric governance. Her work focuses on leveraging technology in public systems and driving measurable outcomes at the district and state levels. She brings field-level insights into policy execution and institutional accountability. You're very welcome, ma'am. And I don't need to introduce Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, Ashoka Chakra awardee, first Indian to travel to the International Space Station, and somebody who represents a new generation of Indian space professionals and continues to inspire young minds through his contributions to human spaceflight and his pioneering space mission. Thank you so much to the panelists for sparing their time to be here today. I think my first question is going to be on the theme of India in space, learnings, reflections, and what's next for India. And I would like to address my question to Group Captain Shukla. Shuk's being directly connected to global missions like Axiom 4, how do you see India's current position in space as of 2026? And more specifically, what are some of the biggest learnings or reflections or takeaways from India's upcoming, for India's upcoming Gaganyaan mission, from the mission that you've just been in? What are the learnings from it?
Check. Thank you for the question, ma'am. And I think it is going to be a very lengthy answer to this if I focus on every aspect of where we are. But during my training and my travel across the world in the past 1 year, I've witnessed that people look up to us as a country with a lot of respect in the field of space exploration. There are very few countries who have done what we have done, whether it was discovery of water on moon or landing on the south pole of the moon for the very first time, or reaching Mars in our maiden attempt. These are things that ISRO and India together, we were able to accomplish. And that has brought a lot of respect in globally, everywhere. So I traveled, I was there at NASA, I was there at European Space Agency, I was also there at JAXA with the Japanese Space Agency. And everybody was very excited about what is India going to do now, like the future, especially the mission Gaganyaan. And sometimes more excited than how we are excited, even that was very fascinating to see. So I think that we hold a very, very unique position globally as far as space exploration is concerned. There are very few countries who have done more than what we have done. I would say only probably 3, including US, Russia, and China. And we are the 4th country at this point of time. And with the plans that we have, with the ambitions that we have, I think very soon we are going to bridge that gap as well. So capability-wise and even the intent-wise, I think we are at the right position, and it is the right time for us to capitalize on this unique strength and positioning that we have in the next maybe 5 to 10 years. I think it is very crucial for us and this industry in India as a whole. Second part, when you asked, ma'am, the learnings, I think there were a lot of learnings. A lot of them were technical. This mission was executed with an intent that we want to learn from this, so that we are able to do our own. We are on, progressing with Mission Gaganyaan. Teams at ISRO are working day and night to make that happen. Simultaneously, the work on the space station has also started. The discussions have also started. So all the learnings that were there from this mission, they will go into this for sure. But that is one side, the technical side. The other side was just looking at the ecosystem of how the world is doing space and how can we do that here in the country. You mentioned correctly that ISRO has been the mainstay of space exploration, kind of leading the country on their shoulders, all this while. But now there is a very thriving private sector which is emerging very rapidly now. And how do you enable that? How do you strengthen them to compete with the private sectors of the world globally? That is what we are also focusing on right now and discussing that. So I think there was one very important section of learning through the technical side of this mission, and then the ecosystem and the policy side of it, which is also being fed into the system. So I'm very excited and hopeful about the future of space in India, and I think next 5 years are going to be very exciting to see of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a brilliant answer, and thank you so much for that. And of course, it highlights the point about the policy, and that's where later on we'll come to Neha Jain to ask her how they are, helping to enable the growth of the private participation in space sector research and missions. Shuks, can I just follow that up with a question? If you had to really simplify it for our grade 6 students, let's say, what has changed in India's space missions compared to what we had 5 or 10 years ago?
First of all, if you ask me, I don't think we need to simplify it for a 6th grader. They know a lot more than what we would like them to, what we would like to believe.
Did you enjoy that comment? They know a lot more. 6th graders know a lot more than I was giving them credit for.
They are very, very intelligent, and they know a lot more about these, especially in the field of space, at least in my personal experience. But what has changed dramatically, I would say, ma'am? I think 2014 was the mission on Mars. And then we did Chandrayaan 2, and then eventually 2023 we did Chandrayaan 3, which was successful. So ISRO has been doing these very adventurous and very futuristic scientific missions and going to space and launching some of the huge satellites. One of the satellites that was launched recently, Bluebird, very big satellite payloads have been, we are doing it for a long time. What has changed is, as of 2018, I think was the year when the Prime Minister announced from Red Fort that very soon we'll put a son or daughter of India in space. And this is a jump from what ISRO has been doing. This is the next jump. Human space missions are very complex. They are not simple, they are not easy. As an example, I would say, a mission like Gaganyaan will have a series of test missions before the actual mission is flown. Compare that to a scientific or a technical mission that is flown. There are no test missions. All the testing happens on ground, and then the mission is launched. So there is a very different level of complexity that gets added with the human space missions. I think this will be very challenging first, but when we are able to achieve this, this will also add a big feather in our cap in terms of capability, that this is what we can do, because this is not easy. So I think if you ask me what has changed in past 5 years, I think this is the biggest change, that we have now started on our journey of human space missions, which are not easy, which are extremely complex missions, and I think this will be a big boost to our capability, when we are able to achieve these missions. That is the biggest change, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very helpful to understand. Put in perspective, if you were to single out the main thing that has changed, it is this thing. So that's very helpful to know. Dr. Siddiqui, may I just come to you? From a mission operations and ground systems perspective at ISTRAC, what are some of the biggest challenges, and in fact, what are some of the biggest breakthroughs as well, that India is working on for the upcoming Gaganyaan mission?
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, thanks to CMS management, Dr. Geeta.
It's a pleasure.
And all of you for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to rub shoulders with Shubhanshu ji and other eminent panelists in the panel. Yes, as the Shubhanshu mentioned, a lot had to change for the human space flight and preparing for the Gaganyaan. A whole new center was born, HSFC, Human Space Flight Control Center, where Himanshu is currently working. Shubhanshu. And it was an entire paradigm shift for ISRO. See, sending unmanned missions is a different thing, and sending a human in space is a totally different business altogether. You can have redundancies for equipment in space. you cannot have redundancies for humans. If something fails for say an equipment, you have an alternative equipment. But when you are sending a human, you have to ensure that everything which is humanly possible is tested, verified, reliability of the highest order, because we have to bring him back safely. So that is one entire paradigm shift. So as I told, one whole new center was born. Then everything was tested at the human rating level. All the manuals are being rewritten for human rating. We have a whole new launcher, which is the HLV-3, human rating launch vehicle. Then regarding the ground stations, as you mentioned, the entire configuration of all the ground stations and all the operation manuals are being rewritten for human in space. We are going for, earlier we had double redundancies, now we are going for triple redundancies. And maybe entire new branch of human rating has been evolved. Shubhanshu is undergoing training in that particular segment only. Then we have carried out multiple phases of testing prior to this manned mission. And those are in various phases, right? Like we had the pad abort test, we had the integrated airdrop test, 1 and 2. The second one recently happened on 10th April, where this crew module is dropped from a height of around 3 kilometers, and the parachutes are deployed, and it splashes into the sea. So that is to make sure that they are landing safely, and then they are recovered promptly by the ships deployed in the sea. So, as Shubhanshu said, it's a very, very big answer, but these are some of the points which I would like to bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, that was specifically to do with this, but do you want to say something about what our students should feel excited about India's space missions more generally? This is, of course...
Yeah, definitely. This is the right time for the students to enter the space business. As Shubhanshu mentioned, that now, apart from ISRO, apart from the government agency, we have so many avenues through which students can enter the space business. There are so many startups, so many academia, so many private industries. And just to add one point, because see, what care we are taking, see, if you open your private industry to the all the foreign people, maybe, then how you will grow your Indian industry? Okay, so care is being taken that Make in India things, Make in India companies are hand-holded and nurtured so that they can come up and support the Indian space industry. So multiple avenues have come up for the students. So that's what the students should be excited about, that they have now multiple opportunities and gateways to get into the ISRO. And then there are various aspects where they can be involved. Apart from the spacecraft monitoring and the control room activities, simulation activities, now whole new branch of space medicine has come up. Okay, and of course, as Shubhanshu mentioned, that mathematics is a prerequisite, so that is required. But going a little away from this, what we really look forward in ISRO is the ability of the students to ask questions. This is something which definitely can help the students grow up, and be a team player. Team player is very, very important. You have to be part of the team because lot of things happen behind the scene which nobody is able to notice. Even Shubhanshu, what he has told about the training which he has undergone, he has told you only the tip of the iceberg. So the hard work which he has put in behind the many months and years of training he has gone. So you should be prepared for that type of hard work and be a team player. So those are essential qualities, and specifically speaking, this is the right time for students to enter the space sector. Thank you.
So Dr. Siddiqui has highlighted that it's a very exciting time to be, living in, because the space sector is sort of, he didn't use the word, but if I can paraphrase what he was saying, it's really exploding in terms of the interest that it is generating, in terms of not only ISRO's, the dynamism in ISRO's own research portfolio and implementation portfolio, its ambition scaling up, but also, in not least because of human space flight now being considered and actually working on it. But beyond that, because of the whole startup, space, lots of space-related startups in India. I think that I heard Shuksu saying that there's something like 400 space startups in India, mostly based, I think, around the south of India, a lot in Bangalore and that sort of area. So Dr. Siddiqui is saying that it's a very exciting time, and he would encourage young people to think about, going into this sector. Maths is a requirement, but even beyond that, you need to, what are the qualifications you need? He said, ask questions, be curious, be a team player, and of course, hard work. These are the things, the age-old tenets that are the key to success are again needed for success in space industry. Thank you, Dr. Siddiqui, very much. I'm going to move to question to the second segment of our discussion, which is about space careers, new age careers for science, commerce, and arts students. Let's call them STEAM students, okay? STEM we've heard of, right? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. But if you add art to it, the A to it, STEM becomes STEAM. And for these students, there is a perception that space as an area is dominated by conventional subjects like physics, chemistry, maths, biology, and engineering. I'd like to ask Dr. Asif, with the commercialization of space, like you said, with all those industries industry startups that are coming up, we're seeing a rise in digital space roles. And what core technical competencies should school students focus on now to ensure that they are eligible for future tech-heavy careers at organizations like ISRO and private startups? You've already given quite a substantial bit of the answer to this question, but when it comes to core technical competencies, did you want to comment on that? So just a bit closer to your mouth here.
Core technical competencies, basically the same, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Be aware of the technologies that you are using. That is more important. This is the age when AI is the buzzword. Everybody is jumping onto that bandwagon. Many people don't know what is actually AI, but okay, since it's the buzzword, so everybody is trying to get associated with it. Be aware what is AI. It is going to play a leading role in the days to come. And this is an interesting time because now there is a transition happening where everything which was happening manually, now it is in a hybrid mode, means something will be happening manually, something will be happening where the control or major decisions are being taken automatically. So the artificial intelligence part, that is what I am referring to. We at ISRO are playing a role where we are using AI as an assistant. The key decisions are still being taken by the people. The leap of faith, the complex decisions that are continued to be taken by the team at ISRO. So identify your strength and use AI to get better at what you already are best. That is the message I would like to give. See, it's a tool. It's a tool which you have to use very, very diligently. And same principle we are following at ISRO. And we would like that the students be aware of these things, whatever is happening. You cannot shut your eyes to that. But always realize your core competency remains your core competency. AI can be used to enhance it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very helpful to understand how AI comes into it, and that's a very nice, it gives me a very nice segue to inviting Professor सक्सेना's view. The Vadwani School of AI at IIT Kanpur is pioneering advanced research in autonomous systems and machine learning. And I wanted to ask, how can these real-world breakthroughs be translated into hands-on projects for students, which will allow them to use AI to solve actual space exploration challenges?
Yeah, thank you for this invitation, and I'm very glad, and my daughter as well, that we can meet and hear and see the in-person, very personal experiences which you shared. It was really amazing. So this segue into AI is, I think it's moving, now the discussion is moving a bit away from space tech, because, I mean, as you saw, the personal experiences of an astronaut, the area of space requires extreme precision, and everything essentially has to be deterministic, and in fact, there should be guarantees that if something fails, even with a very, very low probability, there is something else which can be used. So there has to be all these redundancies built in, and errors should be known. So AI currently is not at that stage. So one cannot just try to use AI like as a blanket. Even as a tool, it cannot be used as a blanket tool in space tech, which is why you don't see planes flying on AI. So there has to be somebody who is responsible, who has decades of experience, who understands that if something goes wrong, then how to correct it. So that will be necessary. But then also, for example, when human risk is not involved, if there is a rover or there is a robot which is going to explore unknown territory, so in that case, obviously, the weight will move. These days, it is completely because of AI. So because there are multiple sensors, the primary being obviously some kind of vision, either it is stills or videos or infrared or radio. So these are the sensors which basically track the environment. They tell the robot that, okay, this is what the territory is. And the next step is taken. The next step should be, that is essentially an AI algorithm or an AI model. So that is required. And based on the decisions, it can actually explore a territory and without any supervision. And that is required because this is an area which is where the network has huge lags. So if somebody is actually watching it and giving instructions, it will not be real time. It will take a very long time, and it may not even work because maybe the connection breaks. So you want an autonomous system. So those autonomous systems are based on AI. So this is, I think, what students already understand. They have seen videos. But what the way it works in the background is a lot of math and statistics. So the students who are interested in math, who are interested in statistics. So again, we have an alien influence the whole morning.
So this is Yeah, so you're saying that students, this is so interesting because it's getting us to understand that because AI works on probability, really, that therefore the situations in which AI can be deployed sensibly or safely is narrower than the whole range of things that need to be done. So, for example, even as Dr. Asif Siddiqui was saying, that it's a tool, but you have to use the tool for the right sort of things. It's not a precise enough tool. It's not a deterministic tool. It is probabilistic. Therefore, for those things where you cannot take a chance and where there's safety concerns involved, you would not use AI. But there are so many other space applications in which AI can be useful, and Sir has given some wonderful examples.
Exactly. Yeah, just adding on these examples, so AI, when AI interacts with hardware, which is the robots or rovers which are moving autonomously in an unknown territory, so that is the example where AI models are interacting with hardware. And the second example is, of course, the more traditional one, which is your LLM, your Gemini, ChatGPT, etc., Claude, which is, there is no hardware involved. It is just learning what human beings do, answering their questions, making decisions for them, helping them analyze data, which is very large. So both kinds of applications, I think, are important in astronomy or in astroinformatics, because there are also many observations which are made in space where the data is huge, and these days it is analyzed first by some AI method, some ML method, because otherwise just going through that data manually in space, especially when you have these millions of images, can be impossible. So first flush can be through an ML model, ML algorithm, and then after that somebody who has greater insight, a human being, looks at it and takes the call, or makes a theory or makes a statement. So these are the two broad areas in AI. And in ITK, we have groups working on both of them. We have multiple startups that do AI products. We have some startups, but one of them is doing very well, that basically creates robots, autonomous robots that can move like in a construction environment, and it can observe, it can autonomously decide what to do next. And the third is all these applications in the area of drones. So drones, again, we have a very big startup which actually manufactures drones essentially from scratch. And these are multiple kinds of drones with multiple army defense applications. So drone is another area where AI models have to be used, because again, it is taking photographs and it is analyzing images, and it is analyzing other kinds of sensory information which it gets, which can be of a big amount. And also when there is no connection with the ground, then it has to make these decisions on its own. So these decision-making algorithms are AI algorithms. But since human is not involved, so it's still an application which is good and safe. So we try to do that. Was there anything left in this?
No, I think you've given a very comprehensive solution. It's a very helpful one, actually, to understand what are the things that AI is good at. For example, Professor Saxena pointed out that AI is excellent at being able to sift through loads and loads of masses of millions of points or billions of points of data. So as a first trawl, it is so helpful, it is incredibly powerful in being able to sift through a huge amount of data, and then comes the stage at which human judgment is needed. So this also ends up helping us to understand that when there's this fear about AI taking away our jobs, what kinds of jobs, what kinds of skills that you need to develop in order that AI will not take away your jobs. So it's not data sifting. To do data sifting manually, that is the kind of job that AI will necessarily take away, because it's so much more powerful than us in being able to do that, right? But if we develop a higher level of skill, the discernment, the judgment that comes from having a higher level of skill, from being highly skilled in one's area, that is the thing that AI will not be able to do away with, because discernment and judgment is involved, in which high level of expertise and true, human capability is needed. So that's, did you want to just say any word on that?
Yeah, so the last thing I would say is just to summarize to the kids, since they use all these AI tools now, especially to solve all the assignments and school homework and exams even, that statistics and probability is not understanding. Okay, so these tools that you use or these products which are being built, they are based on statistics and probabilities, so they work well in certain situations, they automate processes. But when students use it, you should not have the illusion that you have understood the assignment or the problem or the solution. So understanding still requires hard work, which, for example, Shaks here has shown you how to do it, how it is done. So unless you do that hard work, you will not get understanding. Okay, so just by using statistical information, you don't get understanding. So understanding still requires hard work, working by hands and actually failing and then understanding why you failed and so on. So you cannot outsource everything to AI.
Very important message for us. Thank you, Professor Saxena, for that very insightful set of answers that have helped us to understand the role of AI more sharply. I would like to move now to Dr. Arun Sherry. Sir, IIIT Lucknow is renowned for its focus on IT and computer science. How can students leverage your institution's expertise in data analytics in order to contribute to, could be space missions, it could be wider, and what specific projects could bridge the gap between AI programming and satellite technology?
Thank you. See, as far as IIIT is concerned, we are offering programs related with computer science, IT, even artificial intelligence and data science. But for these kids, as Professor Saxena mentioned, AI is not the solution of everything. The first thing you have to learn is the skills which are required. First is critical thinking. Second is analytical skills. And at some places, the good communication skill. These three things are very important, even at the time of artificial intelligence. And the fourth suggestion for these young kids is, become a good observer. And second takeaway for you is, when there is a problem, there is an opportunity. To identify the problem very critically, analytically, and think, out of the box. If you want to successful in your career, in your life, then these 3 or 4 observations, now this is the time for learn and learn continuously. When I was the student at that time, nobody was talking about artificial intelligence. Even nobody was talking about information technology or computer science at that time. But over the period of time, the computer science, the IT, now people are talking about machine learning, artificial intelligence, data science, and so on and so forth. So, the key thing is learn and learn continuously. Become a good observer. When there is a problem, there is an opportunity. And for school kids, as Shuklaji mentioned that, there are roughly 400 startups in Bangalore area who are working in the area of space science. Similarly, Nehaji is sitting here, she is handling startups related with IT and AI in the UP state. So the another takeaway for young kids is, not necessarily every student will join ISRO to become an astronaut. You can start your own startup related with space science and technology. So the another important thing for students is you can convert your passion into profession. So if you are passionate about anything, then you can become astronaut, or you can become scientist or researcher, or in any field you want to enter. So as far as triple IT is concerned, as far as IT skill is concerned, or the foundation for AI is concerned, even in our national education policy, government already introduced courses related with AI and programming from class 3 onwards. I think AI is now in the curriculum from class 3 onwards. And recently, this government of UP, Neaji, organized a hackathon at IIT Lucknow. Initially, the plan was to invite students from IITs and NITs and premium institute of the country to participate in the hackathon. Then we decided, why not invite students from, schools as well. And the result was very much surprising. The winner was a student of class 11th student of a government school at Lucknow. So, but the student was very passionate about artificial intelligence. He was very passionate about, the programming skills, and he developed a project which can diagnose the, the problem related with the spine by using artificial intelligence. So kids, my suggestion is become passionate. As far as the basic foundation is required, that is very much in our curriculum now, whether it's related with AI, whether it's related with programming, whether it's related with analytical skill, whether it's related with critical thinking, it's already in the curriculum. And the school like CMS, I think they are imparting quality education, keeping in mind your future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's a great endorsement of the kind of pedagogical choices that we have made also at CMS. You've talked about critical thinking, analytical thinking, computational thinking, becoming good observers, thinking out of the box. That means laterally applying knowledge that you learned perhaps in one domain, being able to see its application across in a different area. So being able to apply your knowledge, and the importance of being passionate. And in particular, the reference to the NEP, the fact that the NEP already has manifested all of these different components of the type of pedagogy, the type of curriculum, the type of assessments we need to have in order to support this kind of preparation of this kinds of minds that can benefit from emerging technologies like AI and can use AI much better for the benefit that it can do. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Sherry. May I now bring in Ms. Neha Jain? Ma'am, you are a bureaucrat, you are an administrator. From a policy and administrative perspective, how is the government supporting? Is the government supporting, and how is it supporting the integration of space science into mainstream education? That's question number one. And what initiatives are available to help schools, UP schools, Uttar Pradesh schools, to access high-tech space labs, if there are such facilities available in India, in Uttar Pradesh? Yeah.
Those are the two questions, ma'am?
Sorry?
Those are the two questions?
Those are the two questions, yeah.
So I'll just start by thanking CMS for having me over here. I think CMS has a way of making me meet very important people, because when I was in school, I think this was the auditorium where I first interacted with Derek O'Brien. And
you interacted with whom?
Derek O'Brien. There was a Bonvita quiz contest,
Oh,
that anchor.
Okay.
And today it's you, so I'm so privileged to be sitting on this side of the stage.
It's
I remember
so nice to
I
have
was
you
in
back.
I'm from Kanpur. I was in St. Mary's, so our school bus came, and all those memories are just flashing by.
Our
sitting in
principals
this-
are loving hearing this. That's great.
Also, the importance of role models, and it's very commendable how you've been able to get such an important person for so many hours. I mean, I've gone back to St. Mary's, but I don't think I've spent so many hours interacting with the students over there.
It is his generosity that he is giving his time, and your generosity, all of you.
But
so
I want
generously.
to speak about having role models close at hand. Because I was the district magistrate in Kanpur Dehat, and that is where our ex-president Sri Ramnath Kovindji hails from. And then when we had this program in Parok, in his native village, we could see that how the students over there felt like becoming a president is also something not very far, So when your local role model is a Didi or Bhaiya, is not someone who you know by their first and last name, if people can call you Shuks Bhaiya, I think that is when they know that this is an approachable mission.
Come on, children.
Something
this is
which
an
I tried to
amazing
do when
point.
I was the Chief Development Officer.
I'll just say this point in my own words so that the children who may be a little tired by now, and this is a slightly cerebral discussion going on, some of it, those of you who are in grades 4, 5, 6, maybe wondering about some of the words. But ma'am has just made the point that, she's from nearby Kanpur. When she came, she's come to CMS to this very hall and this stage, and took part in, I think, a Born Vita related competition.
No, it was not Born Vita. It was
Born Vita sponsored competition.
So he is known better by the Born Vita quiz contest, but it was a discovery quiz.
Okay,
it was a discovery quiz.
It was a discovery quiz. And ma'am is saying that when you have a local person who is a national or international hero, then suddenly you feel that that which they have achieved somehow feels achievable even by you, right? So that closeness of a national hero, that's the privilege that we have, that you have, by having Shuks Bhaiya amongst you.
So that is something which I tried to do when I was the Chief Development Officer in Firozabad. I started a program called Gaon Ki Garima, because in the rural hinterlands they marry the girls very early. So I thought we came up with this program called Gaon Ki Garima, जहाँ पे उस गाँव की जो सबसे ज़्यादा पढ़ी लिखी दीदी है, उसका नाम हम लोग ने उन चौराहों पे लिखवाया, उनके नाम पे रोज रखी. So something which resonates with it. Also now, when we talk about space education and talking about democratization of it, I was thinking about what my learning has been about space. So I think there was this one chapter in the beginning of the geography book, जिसमें हमें सब meteoroids और comets और इन सब के बारे में बताते थे. मुझे लगता है कि हमें कोई फर्क भी नहीं पता चलता था. Everything was a celestial body of gases and rocks, and in that combination we used to just mug it up and reproduce in the paper, and maybe get some good marks around it. And then I think my first encounter was when I read The Wings of Fire by our ex-president again. And that is when I actually got to know about the launch vehicles and so many things. And obviously during the UPSC preparation. And now when I get to sit on this panel, I've revised all those notes and come over here. It's a great opportunity. But yeah, coming to what the government is doing, I think you will also agree to it, how post-2020 has been a major change where government has introduced 100% FDI in space, and it has opened up the way for the private sector. In fact, as you mentioned that you went on a space mission which was a privately funded mission, right? I mean, is that correct, right? So I think government's role has moved from doing everything yourself to something called a Jan Bhagidari, which our Honorable Prime Minister also advocates, that every Indian wants to participate in the journey of India towards a Viksit Bharat 2047. And that is where I would want to take a pause and ask the students to think that what will their role be in 2047. Because in 2047, I will have retired at the age of 60. I am 87 born. And you people will be taking up the stage. So India, from a developing country, has to convert into a developed country. What is our role? What is my unique role? Not everybody can become an astronaut, right? Not everybody can become a doctor or an IAS officer for that matter, because, while we all given our inputs, like even till the last moment, you did not know that you would be flying, right? How long was it? When did you know, actually, that 5 days before? So not like he knew that he's going to be this popular forever. He would have he still continued to do his job day on since 2002. So you have to learn to work in an isolated environment when nobody is watching. And then, don't wait for the spotlight to come on you. Eventually, when you become that instrument through which God wants to play the music of life, then God will choose you. But then you have to become a worthy instrument,
Do your karma.
Yes, you have to do
your,
yes, and that you do not have to expect the result to come. If it is meant for you, it will come. But don't be ऐसे दुखी नहीं होना कि मैं यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं बैठी हूँ या मैं यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं बैठा हूँ, right? I think that is very important.
Very, very true. Agreed.
Maybe you want to add?
I was just commenting that इसलिए दुखी नहीं होना है कि मैं यहाँ पे नहीं बैठा हूँ, और इसलिए भी दुखी नहीं होना है कि मैं वहाँ पे क्यों बैठा हूँ. थोड़ी देर और अभी ख़त्म कर देंगे, लंच टाइम है, just a few more minutes. So don't be sad that you are sitting there also, please.
That's like an indication कि मैं जल्दी खत्म करूँ. Yeah, so I have taken down all the notes, but I'll just want to simplify it. Keep government is operating at all levels. At the national level, we have our policies. We have opened it up for the private sector. There are scholarships which are being offered by ISRO. There is education which is being offered by ISRO. And then second level, at the state government level, the state government is really creating a field where the startups could come, the enterprises could come, there could be manufacturing, there could be electronics, robotics. UP has come up with its own AI mission, a new and emerging technologies mission. So there is so much that the state governments are also doing. Many states have come up with this, with their dedicated policies around space tech. And UP is also looking at it, you know. And there is a third level at the local level, at the level of the villages, which is where I would want to tell you that there, I have met this Gram Pradhan in Siddharth Nagar. उसके गांव का नाम भी बहुत मुश्किल है pronounce करना है, always forget. हसूड़ी औसनपुर, ये उसके गांव का नाम है. उसने जाके अपने गांव में स्पेस लैब बनाई. Then there was a chief development officer who did it for the entire district. उसने जाके space labs बनाई जहाँ पे बच्चों को बताया कि क्या होता है रॉकेट, क्या होता है लॉन्च व्हीकल, कौन कौन से सैटेलाइट्स हैं, बहुत सिंप्लीफाई करके डेडिकेटेड वन रूम टुक द स्टूडेंट्स. आपने देखा रसूलपुर वाला जो आप लोग नहीं लेके गए थे. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट में जिन लोग के पास वेयर विद ऑल नहीं है, जो रूरल एरियाज में रह रहे हैं, उनको बहुत डेमोक्रेटाइज हुआ है एक्सेस to technology. Now with the new education policy, with STEM being of so much importance, we are giving science kits to the students. There are Atal tinkering labs which have been created. So a lot of things government is doing, but I think everybody will have to rise up to the challenge. Like my son asked me, he's sitting over here, कि कैसे जाते हैं एस्ट्रोनॉट, इतने कम क्यों गए हैं, इतने कम क्यों गए इंडिया से. मैंने बताया कि आप सेकंड हो जो इंडिया से गए हो. तो बोले इतने कम क्यों गए. तो मैंने कहा क्या आप जाओगे. देन यू डोंट आस्क कि इतने कम क्यों गए हैं. यू आस्क दैट व्हाट हैव आई डन. आई थिंक द फेमस लाइन दैट आस्क नॉट व्हाट योर कंट्री हैज डन फॉर यू, आस्क व्हाट यू हैव डन फॉर योर कंट्री. बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जो थोड़ा कमाएंगे, फिर हमारे देश को थोड़ा सा बुरे शब्द बोलेंगे और विदेश में जाके सेटल हो जाएंगे और ऐसी जगह की सिटीजनशिप लेना चाहेंगे जहाँ पे टैक्सेस ना हो. एक बात बता रहे हैं, आज वाले जो देश हैं वो सब बॉम्बिंग सबसे गुजर रहे हैं. इंडिया इज अ प्लेस विच इज सेफ, राइट. Do you have the patriotism to stay back in your country and contribute to its development rather than cribbing about it? This is something, we are talking of becoming global citizens. And the motto of Jai Jagat of CMS is exemplary. We should become global in our mindset. We should not have those boundaries in our mind. But what can I do for my country, and not just becoming a taker of things, but can I have a symbiotic relationship? When I give to the country will definitely come and pay back to me. This is something which we have to realize, and we have to live up to that. I think that is my message. Thank you. Now, I mean, yeah, so there are a lot of policies of the government, and I think if I say that, it'll be just repeating. So if there's anything more, ma'am, I can
I
talk
think
about.
For now, this is great. There will be a quick round a little later. Yes, absolutely.
So I'm
In fact,
very happy
I was going
you.
to ask you about what is happening at the national level.
Yes, actually. So should I?
Absolutely,
yes.
this is the right time.
So I would like to comment. You mentioned that we had a chapter in the textbook. About we learned about meteorite, asteroids, and then some basics of solar system, and that was it. And I actually felt, that especially traveling abroad, looking at what kids are talking about in countries like Russia and US, like the level of knowledge that they have about space exploration and science, it is a completely different level. So and it is not that we are not learning science. We are learning science, but through other means, taking other examples. So for the past 5 or 6 months, we were working together with Atal Innovation Mission and Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Education as well. And day before yesterday, we were able to launch a module on space. And that is going to be implemented in all the Atal Tinkering Labs across the country. And this curriculum will also come in the NCERT textbooks very soon. By August, it is going to happen. So the end point is that space is not going to be no longer just a chapter in a geography book. It is going to be much more. From grade 6 to grade 12, we will have sections on space in every year, and this is going to expand. We will have a formal coursework. It will get connected to the theoretical concepts that we are reading in classroom so that it is not an additional burden, but using space as a tool to teach about what we are learning already in the classroom. So that has already been rolled out, and by August, I think we should have that complete module ready and rolled out by NCRT as well.
And I might say that the only reason I think that it has happened, or happened now, it might have happened in the future maybe, but the reason why it's happened now is because Shooks is an absolute champion of this. He's absolutely committed, eager, anxious, in fact, to make sure that space as a topic doesn't remain in the realm of, just the few elite or the few very knowledgeable people, that it becomes access to space and the thinking for it becomes democratized. It becomes a common parlance among all our students. And like he said, it's not so much that it's going to be, absolutely new concepts, but whatever systems we're learning about, whether it's in physics or in chemistry or in biology or in mathematics, the applications, space-related applications of those concepts can be given as examples in order to increase young people's awareness about the emerging importance of space, because we don't want to get left behind. There's so many other countries that are already way ahead of us in terms of integrating an understanding of space into their curricula. So I know that Shooks has been very committed to making sure that this happens nationally. He's worked really hard over the past, I think, maybe 8 months, to make sure that this happens.
Thank you so much, ma'am, but I would say that it is not just me. There have been officers like Neha ji, professors like sirs who are sitting here, and scientists like Asif sir who have been a part of this entire team.
Yeah.
And what happens is when you set out on a journey and you try to do something, you find like-minded people who are interested in the same way. So I'm very sure that whatever has happened there will find a way in UP as well. And I would look at you for that. There would be a way to do this, and I think it will find it. So there are people who are interested in doing this, and there was a big team who was involved.
Actually, you're right that so many stakeholders need to come together to align to make it happen. It's just that I think that you were a bit of a catalyst to make it happen, and you had the credentials to go around and to talk to the people and to bring it all together, and I think that's.
I just want to add that बहुत सारा पूरी दुनिया में war चल रहा है, and we become very delusional. क्या होगा दुनिया का? We only think about so much negative, and everybody around you is a cheat, everybody around you is corrupt. There is so much. The newspaper is filled with bloodshed. You don't know what is good in life. Children are watching shows which are full of violence, and then you don't know what is good in life. And then at that point you have to believe in the goodness of humanity. You have to believe in your karma, as I said, and then you will find your tribe eventually. I think that is what you find. You resonate at a frequency, and you will find people of your like-minded frequency, and then maybe you get to be in the limelight. But it's amazing how you're giving back and not keeping to yourself. That is very important. When you get it, you also give it back. I think that is a very important message that the students should also
Very,
carry.
very true. Very true. Thank you, ma'am, for that super important point. Dr. Siddiqui, I'd just like you to, talking about space science and everyday life, what are 2 or 3 things that we use every day that are actually powered by space science?
Oh, there are many. Space science, yeah. As Shubhanshu ji mentioned about GPS. GPS is now indispensable to us. We cannot order food, we cannot order taxi without a GPS. Right?
Can I ask students, how many of you use Google Maps? Oh, it looks like everybody uses Google Maps. Well, that uses GPS technology, which is what Asif sir is talking about. And where did it come from?
Yeah, of course it comes from satellites, from space technology. So that is one direct application everybody is immensely using. And you are watching IPL these days. From where it is coming? It's coming through space, satellites through space, satellite communications. That's another big area.
Are you talking about beamed-in movies?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you watch films on Netflix or any of these other OTT channels? Anybody watches Netflix or Disney? I don't know what it's called, Hotstar.
Yes.
Yeah? So where's that coming from? Again, beamed through?
Correct.
Satellites.
And nowadays we are video conferencing in any part of the world. all these signals travel around the Earth through space technology and through satellites only. And just digressing from the topic, madam, just since Shubhanshu is here, I don't want to miss this opportunity. He's such a nice human being, such a person with a golden heart, you can say. See, when we met him at STRAC Bangalore during our Golden Jubilee celebrations, पता नहीं इनको याद होगा कि नहीं, मैंने इनसे पूछा था कि आपको इतने लोगों से मिलना पड़ रहा है, आप you don't get stressed out, or there's a limit to everything. But he said that no, it's always a privilege, and I feel so happy, and I know that he genuinely meant it. So definitely hats off to you, sir. And as a
so wonderful, so lovely, so wonderful to hear this.
As a, I think Shubhanshu, you only perhaps told me that our first astronaut, Rakesh Sharma ji, told you that your real experience will begin after you return to Earth. So, so in that context, I was telling that but he has been handling all the things so well and exuding so much positivity wherever he is going. Madam, I really envy you all that he is your alumnus and he is among you for sharing his ideas with you.
I'm their alumnus, and I'm currently your workforce. So you forget that, actually. So
yes, our responsibility grows.
I love this raillery. I love this raillery, and that is the benefit of a panel discussion, because this back and forth, students, is what gives you a deeper perspective about, how people are thinking about each other. What are the ideas that are going around, okay? So that's the beauty of this. I know we are over time, so we should really be wrapping up. And Shuks, the question I was going to ask you was about space experiments, how people think that and imagine that space experiments in space must be incredibly complex, and they are. But the question was, can you explain one experiment from the missions like Axiom 4? But you have already done that. And I do not want to insult the intelligence of our grade 6 students by again saying, can you explain it in a way that grade 6 students can understand? So, but you've already said that. But students, next time you use your phone, you check the weather, or you travel using GPS, remember, you're not just using technology, you're using space science. Everybody understood that point? Excellent. So students, we've spoken about space, we've spoken about careers, we've spoken about the future. Now let's bring it down to one simple question. If a CMS student walks out of this hall today and wants to take the first step towards this journey, what should they start doing from tomorrow morning? Dr. Siddiqui, and then we'll go round.
Basically, you have to keep doing what you are doing. As I mentioned earlier, asking lots of questions. There is absolutely no replacement or no substitute for that. You grow, you learn by asking questions. The day you stop interacting, the day you stop asking questions, you will stop growing. Madam, if you give me just a couple. Recently, I met a class 2-year-old boy, class 2 boy, in a marriage function, around 6-7 years old. I was very intrigued because he was simply sitting and watching a table fan. So he was sitting for several minutes. I went up to him and I asked him, "Beta, aap kya dekh rahe ho?" He told how this fan works. So instead of answering him, I asked him, "How do you think it works?" He told that these blades rotate, they push the air, that cools the room. So I told him, okay, you have explained to me that what a fan does. how it actually works. So he thought a little while, and then he said, it's getting something through the wires. I asked him what it is getting through the wires. He then again took a pause and then sheepishly told me, some electrons are flowing. I was surprised, a class 2 student, class 2 boy, telling so many things. Then I just explained him to the analogy between a windmill and this one, a table fan, where a windmill takes the wind energy and converts it into electrical energy. And similarly, in fan case, the electrical energy is getting converted into mechanical and wind energy. So why I told this? Just to tell you all, there is nothing special you have to do. Keep doing what you are doing. Keep getting good at what you are doing. The Shubhanshu also told very important point. You have to be excellent in what you are doing. Don't run after success. Run after excellence. Success will inevitably follow. So, पैसे के पीछे मत भागिए, कामयाबी के पीछे मत भागिए, जो आप कर रहे हैं उसमें अच्छा बनिए, श्रेष्ठ बनिए। शिवांशु जी को भी नहीं पता था कि वो एस्ट्रोनॉट बन जाएंगे. He kept doing what he wanted. He kept getting excellent at it, and look where he is right now. So, this in short is my message.
And it's a most beautiful, beautiful message, and one that is so eminently doable. We just do, it's one of the 4 pillars of CMS, excellence in all things, remember? So that is a wonderful message that we've got. Professor Saxena, did you want to say anything on this, please?
Yeah, so it's a bit hard for me to answer this question because I want to say that don't follow advice, but I am giving you advice. So the advice is that you should have almost a one-track mind about what you are interested in, and you should do it no matter what advice you get. Because there are many, many paths to success, and most of them are unknown. Before the path appears, it will be unknown to you. So there is actually no point in asking people which path to choose or what are the paths, because you will just get 100 answers. So ultimately, it will depend on what you are interested in. And this cannot happen just tomorrow, because I think the question was about what will the student do tomorrow.
From tomorrow.
Yeah, from tomorrow. I think it should have happened yesterday. So few months back, few years back, you should have already started working on your interest, build a set of interests, and then you should be very passionate about one thing. And then you just do that thing, and you don't care about advice, because advice gets outdated very fast. So you are young, and you should do actually what you are interested in.
That's wonderful, and it calls to mind something that my father used to say, ekai sadhe sab sadhe. Just take one thing and focus on that. Extremely important and helpful message. Thank you so much, Professor Saxena. Ms. Neha Jain ji.
Okay. So, one advice, as you said, not to give advice, but this is what I follow. And this is not something which we should do from tomorrow, but this is how we should live each day meaningfully. So how many of you write a diary? Show of hands. And what do you write in a diary? Aaj subah maine kya khaya, aaj maine kya kiya, right? For the longest time in my life, I've been confused between a journal and a logger. So my diary started looking like a log. I was like, what am I doing? So I have maintained 2 separate things. One is a logger, जिसमें time planning करते हैं और to-do लिखते हैं. आज का क्या calendar है? ये class, and then to-do list, right? That is one thing. And second is a journal. A journal is a place where you talk to yourself, because we are not talking to ourselves. We are consuming so much content. We are looking for inspiration outside ourselves, but we are not exploring our inner realm, which has all the wisdom and has all the answers. So one should really focus on developing a T-shaped personality. T-shaped personality is like you go deep into one thing, but you also have multidisciplinary knowledge about every other domain, so that you can apply it and you'll see the similarities, right? So that's what a T-shaped personality is. You are good at everything, but you are very good at something. And you know, the perpendicular lines could increase over a period of time. So you become good at multiple things, you know, your T's could grow. So focus on building your T-shaped personality, analyze your day, analyze what could have been done better, and write down in your journal. So if you follow just these two things, very simple, doable, then your life will be sorted, I can guarantee you. This is the formula that I've been following. Thank you.
Very good. I think children really loved that contribution. Thank you so much. Dr. Sherry. And lastly, I'll come to Shubhanshu, and that's it.
देखिए, your question is कि कल से बच्चों को क्या करना है? तो my sincere advice is, although the professor of AI is sitting next to me, लेकिन AI tools को use it as a just supporting tool. Otherwise, if you will not develop your analytical skill, critical thinking, you will be in trouble. If you will keep in mind ki how to, you know, get 99% in the examination or a school test or a school quiz by using just the AI tools, it will not solve any problem. It will create the problem. To use this tool in a very, very, you know, decent way. You can take help of AI tools, but don't try to spoil your creativity, your critical thinking, your analytical skill. That is very important for you. Thank you.
Very important point. Do not do what is called cognitive offloading. Don't offload your cognitive function to a piece of technology. You have to do effortful thinking and critical thinking yourself. Otherwise, your brain will atrophy. Shuks was talking about your muscles atrophying. And I think our brain can also atrophy through lack of use if we do this cognitive offload. And I can see that we've got Philip Barr sitting with us. He has been talking to our students about, he's helping our students to learn mathematics through AI and now learn chemistry and physics through AI, through Gemini's guided learning tool. He's a mathematician himself. He's done a PhD in maths at the University of Cambridge. He's here at the moment, and he has been telling us and encouraging our students not to do, and helping our teachers to find ways of preventing children while they're engaging in learning a subject through AI, how not to fall into the trap of cognitive offload and how to do the critical thinking that Dr. Mohan Shetty has been talking about. So I'm going to go back to Shuks for the last word, please.
I've already given you a lot of advice. You know, I've been talking for 40 minutes, and then in the answers, I have given you a lot of advice. I don't think I have a lot, but I will tell you, sir, something. When I was in second grade, I was also staring at a fan. But all I was thinking, how do I put my finger in without getting hurt? So that was my level of, I feel the kids today are very, very intelligent. They have a very good exposure about things. They understand a lot more than what I did. On the second side, I also feel that you have a lot bigger challenge. When I was studying in school, I did not have as many distractions as you have today. You are exposed to a lot more distractions than what we were. So I think it is very challenging for you, but I do believe you have the capability much more than what I had when I was your age. So I have the belief that it is possible for you to navigate. Or the only thing that I will say is that the universe rewards compounding. You have to put in something every day over a long period of time. Then only you will see the result for something, It will not happen today, it will not happen tomorrow, it will not happen maybe a year from now. But you have to have the faith and belief that you will continue doing something for a very long period of time. So enjoy it, be excited by it. The future is very exciting. It is your choice how much you want to be a part of it. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
It just remains for me to thank very much our esteemed panelists, Dr. Asif Siddiqui, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, Ms. Neha Jain, Professor Nitin Saxena, and Dr. Arun Mohan Shetty. Thank you so much for a most enriching discussion. And students, you want to just thank them once more, and I'll judge how much you liked it through the decibel levels. I think that speaks for itself. Thank you ever so much. And I'm so sorry that it has gone beyond time. I'll hand back to my...
As a small token of our appreciation, may I request Geeta ma'am to kindly present mementos to our panelists. And on behalf of everyone from City Montessori School, let me extend our sincere gratitude to the esteemed panelists for sharing their time, insight, and perspectives with such clarity and generosity. Thank you, ma'am. Shooks, we'll request you to be on stage and request the other panelists to please come down. Shooks, you asked us to ask questions. So now, few more questions, but this time not from the auditorium, but we're taking this conversation across to our campuses. We have 30,000 students logged in, and some more students are waiting to be part of this. So from 8 campuses, we shall take questions. And here in our studio, we have a team of Harshit and Garima who will lead us through these interactions. So Harry and Gary, over to you. Could we have the studio on screen? We can't hear you. Not audible?
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you so very much. Welcome to Vyomotsav Live 2026. I am Harry.
And I am Gary. And we
are your media partners.
We have been reporting live to all the campuses across the city since morning. Our students have been witnessing all the wonderful things that all this happening here. Our students are very curious, very excited.
Hang on a second. Why is my laptop flooded with thousands of questions?
Oh, I didn't do anything.
You must have done something.
Oh, Harry, again you've forgotten. Remember we asked for this?
Oh, yes. We had Shook's My Space Hero website.
That's right.
Students must have asked questions.
Well, we are at CMS. You ask and you shall always get.
Well, Shooks cannot answer thousands of questions, but can answer 8.
Yes, please. Our students have been waiting since morning for their turn. Let's see which are the lucky 8 campuses who get to ask questions today. Moving on, the first campus is
Shooks' own campus, Aliganj 1. Over to Aliganj 1.
Can we have your question, please?
Jai Jagat, sir. Sir, your journey as a student from Aliganj campus 1 to where you are today was a book. What would its title be and your first chapter of the book?
What would the?
So what would the title of the book be and the first chapter?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I understood the question. Oh, okay. Very interesting question. What would the title of the book be for this journey, right? There was the first traveler from India went in 1984, right? Do you remember Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma? So, and then the second time it happened in 2025. So probably the name would be The Second Orbit. The name of the book would be The Second Orbit.
The Second Orbit.
Wow, that's a lovely answer. Moving on to the next lucky caption. The lucky campus now is, any guesses? CMS Gomti Nagar Campus 1. Your question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. So my question to you is, in an environment where sunrise and sunset occur multiple times a day, did your perception of time become more biological, mechanical, or philosophical? And why?
That's again an excellent question. It has to be methodical because you cannot rely on the sun for your daily circadian rhythm. So you follow GMT. GMT is the time that is followed on station, and it is a pure timetable that you have to follow. So you go to bed on time, you wake up on time, everything runs by the time. And on philosophical note, when you look outside, actually you lose meaning of what a time is. You'll go outside and you look at natural features and you can make out time on Earth, but that doesn't work in space. The second interesting thing that happens that if, at least for me, when you sit by the window and you look at Earth, you lose sense of time completely. At least I lost it. So I was sitting there for about hours together during a return journey, and I didn't realize it at all. So I think that yes, there is a shift in how you perceive time, which happens here as well on Earth. I would say there are moments which don't seem to end. Like I think one of these would be this moment for the kids who are sitting back, that the time would be feeling too long for you right now. And then there are moments which just pass by, really fast. So I think that is what happens, when you are in space as well. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for the answer. Well, the next lucky campus is very close to our live studio, CMS Kanpur Road. Over to you, CMS Kanpur Road.
Good afternoon, respected sir. The students of CMS Kanpur Road is so inspired by your journey that we would like to ask you a question that
If you were to leave a memory or souvenir that will be representing India on ISS for years to come, what would it be?
I'm sorry.
Okay, the question is, if you were to leave a memory or souvenir representing India on ISS, what would it be?
I think there would be nothing better than the Indian flag hanging up there on the International Space Station. I think that would be the memory or souvenir I would like to leave.
Very well put. We move on to the next lucky campus, and that is CMS Rajajipuram Campus 1. Your question, please.
Good afternoon and Jai Jagat sir. Reflecting on your A-Expo journey, what is one key takeaway or learning that India can use for the upcoming Gaganyaan mission?
There are a lot of learnings that I have brought back, which are being put in the mission Gaganyaan that is upcoming with the Indian Space Research Organization. one key learning, that would be very difficult to answer if I have to just choose one. But I think the only learning that I would like to, for everybody who's involved in the mission to take back is that human space missions, like what we did in Axiom 4, requires a change of mindset, not a change of degree. It's a change in kind, not in degree, of how you do these missions. That is what is the biggest learning, and I'm sure that a lot of people who are working in ISRO are already understanding this concept. But this is what I would want everybody to understand, that it is not a change in degree, it is a change in kind of how we do these missions. Thank you.
Wonderful answer, sir. The next lucky campus is CMS Station Road. Over to you. CMS Station Road.
Ma'am, are there students from all these branches here in the audience as well?
No.
No,
Yeah, from all these branches there are
They are
students.
there because I can hear some
Yes,
clappings
yes.
when the branch name is being called out.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe Station Road can ask a question from here. Are there kids from
They are
Station
ready.
Road?
They are ready. They are ready there. Yes, Station Road, ask your question.
Thanks for the amazing presentation. So, on your second trip to ISS, what is the one thing that you would like to change or do something different? The last time with the Axiom 4 mission.
Did you get the
Okay.
question?
So what's one thing that I would like to change or do differently?
Yes.
I think I would like to do the entire mission very differently, not just one thing, the complete mission. There is a saying in the space flight community that you are ready for a space flight when you have finished one. So you only realize what to do when you have gone through that experience. A lot of learnings because you make a lot of mistakes. And that is what my experience has been from AX4. But if there is one thing I would like to change, it would be plan better, of how it would feel in the initial few days. That's all. Thank you.
Well, that's a very important takeaway, not just for a space flight, but for otherwise also. The next campus is Jankipuram campus. Your question, please.
You please describe your findings of all the ISRO experiments on ISS.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you tell the question?
Can you repeat it once more, please?
You please describe your findings on all of the ISRO experiments on ISS.
Findings. Yeah. Your
First of all,
findings.
yes. Which grade is this student
Okay, so
in?
this is the newest campus of
Yes.
CMS,
Yes.
CMS Jankipuram, and I think he's from grade, ma'am? 5.
4.
He's from grade 4.
He is from grade 4. Students from grade 11 are asking, how do you sleep in space? And grade 4 are asking, tell me the findings of your scientific experiments. This is what is happening in CMS. Amazing. But it will take a lot of time for me to tell you all 7 experiments and findings. But what was interesting was that I had a lot of fun doing those experiments. And one interesting thing was I took some plants, some seeds with me, which I grew in space. Gave them water, used water to grow them, and they grew very well. So I will leave it at that. Rest of them we will discuss when I meet you personally, okay?
Wonderful. So there's hope again.
Yes, there is definitely hope. And that was a lovely answer. The next lucky campus, which I see here, is Rajendra Nagar 1.
Yajagat sir. Sir, at night while looking outside from the cupola, how did you react to the silence, the vastness, and the empty universe? The mere thought of floating in space and literally being out of this world. Was it scary?
No, I don't recall fear being the emotion that I experienced in that moment. I think it is just very peaceful to look at, and if everything that is happening, those cities are bustling with noise and chaos and everything that is happening on earth, but when you are outside and you're looking at them, it looks extremely peaceful. So yes, peaceful is the word that I would use to describe that moment.
Wow. So space experience is very calm and serene. Moving on to the last but not the least campus, CMS Chalk campus.
Jagat sir, now that you have experienced space and the training programs for AX4 mission, so sir, how are you planning to help the crew members of the upcoming Gaganyaan mission emotionally, physically and mentally?
So, as I said, all the learnings from these missions are already being formulated into SOPs, procedures, practices that we are going to do, setting up our own training program, setting up our own facilities, establishments, and also developing systems for Gaganyaan. So all of that is going back into the system, and hopefully soon we will have a properly established framework for training as well as executing these missions, through Mission Gaganyaan. Thank you.
Well, it was all it. We take your leave, signing off with
Shooks,
my
our
space hero.
Thank you, Harry and Gary, for that wonderful segment. So before we conclude, we have a small photo opportunity for the students who had prepared the models. If you could just come up, and we request the children to come and arrange themselves very quickly. Yes, and meanwhile, I invite respected founder director for the vote of thanks.
तो प्यारे बच्चों, आप सबकी तरफ से क्या देना है? लड्डू। लड्डू तो बहुत सारे हो जाएंगे, तो धन्यवाद का लड्डू। जो ये लखनऊ का बेटा है सुख, इस पे मोदी जी ने कितना खर्च किया है? $66 million। जबकि उसमें 3 देशों के और भी लोग गए थे, कुल मिला के 4 थे ना? 4 थे ना कुल मिला के, 1 हमारा 3 बाहर के। तो सब लोगों ने इतने $million दिए, तब शटल गया। खूब कमाओ, खूब कमाओ। There is a man from Israel, वो भी गया था। आपने उसका फोटो देखा है पहले? Have you seen all those? His photograph also. He is very versatile. Everybody knows him, and he has got his own plane and everything. But there he did not go in his own plane. That was impossible. तो ये जो दिमाग की, हवाई की, स्पेस की, चंद्रमा की, सूरज की जो जाने की इच्छा है, जाग रही है, और मैं सुख जी को बधाई देती हूँ कि उन्होंने मोदी जी को पता नहीं कैसे आकर्षित कर लिया। पूरे इंडिया में से एक ही इंसान जाना था, और वो था लखनऊ का, वो भी अलीगंज ब्रांच का। जय हो, जय हो, जय हो। So my dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, beloved students, and my dear Shukh ji, Shubhanshu Shukla ji, and his beautiful wife, who is also my student, and his sister, who is also my student. I am very proud. As I stand here, my heart is full of pride, full of gratitude, and full of the kind of joy that only a mother can feel when she watched her child touch the stars. तारों को छू लाओ, छू लाए. First, to our guests, I must thank every one of you to gracing us with your presence today. Your distinguished presence has not only added grace to this ceremony, but has shown our children what it means to celebrate excellence with humility. To our wonderful teachers, बच्चों टीचर्स के बारे में सुनो. आप बहुत देर से चुप बैठे हैं. आई एडमायर यू. मैंने ऐसे बच्चे नहीं देखे चुप जो बैठे हों, कभी जिंदगी में नहीं. आज ही शुभ ने सबको चुप किया है. Our wonderful teachers, you are the unsung heroes. Please stand up, all the teachers. You are the unsung heroes. Of every achievement of our students. When Shukh was sat in the classrooms of CMS, it was your belief in him, that patience, your passion, that quietly planted the seeds of his extraordinary journey. You should know that, my dear, when he represented India in space, a piece of each of you traveled there with him. And to our students, my dear children, I hope today you carry one thought home in your hearts, that the sky is not the limit, and it never was. Shukh also said. Shukh, my dear, you came to us as a young boy, and you leave us time and again as a source of immeasurable inspiration. When my late husband, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, the founder of this school, established CMS, his dream was never small. He believed that education must build bridges between people, between nations, between the earth and the heavens. He dreamed of children from Lucknow who would go to serve not just India, but the whole of humanity. Today in you, Shukh, that dream, it's soaring. Your mission is not just a personal triumph. It is India reaching out to the world, collaborating, contributing, and saying to every nation, we are here together in the spirit of peace and discovery. And that is the CMS spirit. I thank the government of India, ISRO, and all the institutions that have supported Shukh on his incredible path. I thank your family, Shukh, who shared you with the nation and with the stars. And finally, I thank God for giving this school and this family a son like you. As we close today's program, let us carry forward the energy of this morning in our classrooms, in our dreams, and in our hearts. Thank you all. From the bottom of my heart, God bless you. God bless Sukh, and God bless India. And all the panelists, I am grateful, much grateful, and especially to the teachers and all my guests, including my IS officer. She is here, Mrs. Jain. I really thank you very much, Mrs. Jain. You came here along with your mother and your son. That is a great message to us. And also, one promising student came from Kanpur, one promising daughter, and a professional came from ISRO, daughter of Dr. Asif, if I am correct. Dr. Asif. And I thank my dear compare, Madam Khyati Lamba, and my dear Sushma Rajkumar, and my coordinator Shraddha Teli ji, and my dear all the principals who are very sacrificing. Although today they were not sacrificing, they were sitting as winners. But all the time they are here to join the spirit of Jai Jagat.
I request everyone to kindly stand still for the national anthem. I request all students to kindly stand still for the national anthem. May we please play the national anthem. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 हे। Thank you, dear students. Kindly move out in an orderly manner, and I request all teacher in charges to kindly ensure that there is no stampede. If need be, kindly wait back for another 5 minutes and then move out. But please ensure that there is no stampede because there are only 2 exits at the rear end of the auditorium. All the teachers standing at the rear end of the auditorium, I would request you to kindly ensure that there is no stampede because we can see that there is a huge amount of crowd. if the students can kindly move out in an orderly manner. Dear students standing on the right side, yes, over here, you can take this exit door. You can all turn around, come this way, and use this gate. I think this is the Cambridge section. Yes, Cambridge section, you can take an about turn and use this door. Thank you so much. Even the kids standing on the left side of the auditorium, I think that's Rajajipuram campus 2. You can come all the way here, RN2 and Rajajipuram 2. Yes, from this side. Yes, please exit from here. Thank you. All the kids standing in the aisle, dear teachers, I don't know which campus this is. It's a Cambridge section. You can all exit from this side. Please inform your teachers to exit from this side. Thank you. Thank you so much. The kids who are seated there, could you please request your teacher if you can please exit from this side? Rather than waiting over there, please come from this side. There's a lot of space. Thank you. Aliganj 2. Is there any teacher in charge from Aliganj 2 campus? Please raise your hand, dear teacher. You're required here immediately. Your kids are with us and the child is not well. I am repeating myself. Any teacher volunteer from Aliganj campus 2, I request you to please come forward near the podium. Aliganj campus 2. Any teacher in charge from Aliganj campus 2, ma'am, the teacher is there. All right, dear students, if your teacher is there, you may exit from here. There is a lot of space. Please don't crowd around there because probably Shubhanshu is taking a picture. You all can exit from this side. Teacher in charges, please pay attention. You may all exit from the podium side area rather than going from that side, because there is a lot of crowd outside.